Hit the subscribe button above so you don't miss a single laugh-filled moment in the Sunshine State. Thanks for listening to Boom or Bust, a wacky weird Florida mystery. Chapter 1. The key lime pie at the Rusty Pelican had achieved legendary status since Gumbo Malone's last adventure with the Golden Macaw crew. Not just because of Jimbo's secret 300-year-old recipe, but because it had become ground zero for Cedar Key's most improbable investigations. Gumbo was midway through his third slice when she arrived. A tornado, in leopard print yoga pants and a sequined hot grandma t-shirt that looked like it had been bedazzled by a drunk rhinestone enthusiast during hurricane season. Gumbo Malone. The woman's voice could cut through marine-grade fiberglass. I'm Maude Tippleton. And before you ask, yes, I know exactly how I sound. Old Scarback, the legendary alligator who'd become something of a local celebrity after his Golden Macaw adventure, lifted his head from a nearby drainage ditch as if sensing potential chaos. Gumbo wiped a dollop of key lime filling from his chin. Something tells me this isn't about checking your Medicare supplement. Maude slapped down a manila folder so hard, the pelican-shaped salt shaker did a nervous little dance. My friend Dottie Henderson. Murdered. And the Cedar Key Police Department thinks it's just another senior moment gone fatal. She pulled out a series of obituaries, each neatly clipped and annotated with post-it notes that looked like they'd been color-coded by a forensic accountant with OCD. 3 women. 3 accidents in 3 different retirement communities, all dating the same silver fox. Maude's reading glasses hung from a rhinestone chain that could double as a weapon in close-quarters combat. Gumbo recognized the investigative fervor. It reminded him of Ellie during the Golden Macaw case, only with more orthopedic swagger. Golf cart incident, he asked, sliding her the remaining slice of pie. A peace offering and professional courtesy. Maude snorted. Dottie Henderson. Sunshine Paradise Estates. Allegedly, confused the gas for the break. Ran herself over during the monthly shuffleboard tournament. She made air quotes so aggressive they could be considered a form of martial arts. The obituaries told a strange story. Martha Jenkins, 76, tragic jacuzzi malfunction. Helen Rodriguez, 82, medication error. And now Dottie, 74, mobility vehicle mishap. Each woman wealthy. Each woman recently single. Each woman with no immediate family. Maude's finger jabbed each point home, like a geriatric Jason Bourne delivering truth serum. Gumbo had seen stranger cases. Heck, he'd just solved one involving a golden macaw, underwater retirement pods, and a youth serum that gave seniors temporary gills. Compared to that, this almost seemed mundane. Who's the common denominator? He asked, knowing full well Maude wouldn't have walked into the Rusty Pelican without a theory sharp enough to fillet a tarpon. She slid a glossy headshot across the table. Chip Casati, 68 years old, with teeth so white they could guide ships through a hurricane, and a tan that suggested he owned stock in Hawaiian tropic. The dreamboat, Maude said, her voice dripping with sardonic honey. Social director. Dating coach. Professional widower charmer. Gumbo studied the photo. Chip looked like he'd been sculpted from sun-bleached driftwood and moisturized with premium tequila. The kind of guy who could sell timeshares to alligators and make them feel grateful. I need you to dig, Maude said. The police think I'm just another conspiracy theory, Grandma. But something's wrong. These weren't accidents. Outside, old Scarback shifted, his ancient scales reflecting the midday sun. He'd seen a lot in his centuries prowling Cedar Key's waters, but even he seemed intrigued. Gumbo remembered the last case, how a simple treasure hunt had unraveled into a complex web of underwater retirement colonies and youth serums. Florida, man. Just when you thought you'd seen it all. I'm listening, he said. Maude leaned forward. Her reading glasses caught the light, transforming into impromptu laser pointers of investigative intent. "Chip Casati," she said, "is hunting something more dangerous than companionship. And I'm going to prove it." The Pelican salt shaker seemed to lean in, eager to hear more. Just another Tuesday in Cedar Key. Old Scarback slipped back into the drainage ditch, leaving only a trail of bubbles. Some stories, he knew, were best witnessed from a safe distance. Gumbo Malone ordered another slice of pie. Something told him he was going to need the sugar. Chapter 2. Sunshine Paradise Estates looked like God's waiting room, had been decorated by a colorblind interior designer with a fetish for pastel colors and lawn ornaments. Pink flamingos wearing sunglasses stood guard between mobile homes that gleamed like freshly waxed dentures, each one a testament to Florida's unique architectural philosophy of, if it doesn't blind passing motorists, it's not bright enough. Gumbo adjusted his disguise. A pair of plaid Bermuda shorts pulled up to his armpits, white socks with sandals, and a Hawaiian shirt that looked like a tropical storm had exploded across his chest. The outfit screamed, "Potential new resident," louder than the hearing aid commercial playing on the community center's TV. "Can I help you?" The voice belonged to Chip Casati, social director extraordinaire, whose teeth were so white they could probably signal passing ships. His tan looked like it had been applied with a professional spray gun, creating a shade somewhere between construction cone and overripe tangerine. "Just looking around," Gumbo mumbled, affecting the slightly bewildered tone of a man contemplating his final real estate purchase before checking into eternity. "Heard good things about Sunshine Paradise." Chip's smile could have melted polar ice caps. "We're not just a community," he proclaimed. "We're a lifestyle." He gestured dramatically at a nearby shuffleboard court, where three women in matching visors were engaged in what appeared to be a blood sport disguised as a leisurely game. The maintenance man, Rusty, a human embodiment of decades of Florida sun and cheap cigarettes, watched from nearby. His blue work shirt had more oil stains than fabric, and a collection of keys jangled from a belt that seemed to be holding up more history than pants. "New blood," Rusty muttered, just loud enough for Gumbo to hear. "Chip loves new blood." The tour continued. Each mobile home looked identical, distinguished only by increasingly elaborate lawn decorations. One featured a collection of garden gnomes arranged in what looked like an elaborate crime scene, complete with tiny police tape. Another had a wind chime, made entirely of retired prescription bottles. "Our monthly activities are world-class," Chip enthused, leading Gumbo past a bulletin board covered in flyers. "Bingo nights, shuffleboard tournaments, synchronized swimming for arthritis patients, we keep our residents young." A poster caught Gumbo's eye. "Silver Foxes and Vixens Dating Night," proclaimed in glittery letters, featuring a cartoon fox wearing sunglasses and what appeared to be gold jewelry. Beneath it, a smaller sign read, "Age is just a number. Sometimes a very, very large number." Rusty sidled up, speaking from the corner of his mouth. "You ask me, something ain't right about how folks keep dying around here." Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "Dying?" "4 ladies in the past 6 months, Rusty said. "All wealthy. All single. All dated our boy Chip here." He jerked a thumb toward Casati, who was now demonstrating the community's state-of-the-art shuffleboard technique to a group of adoring widows. The women watched Chip with the intensity of heat-seeking missiles. Martha, a woman who looked like she could bench press a Buick, leaned so far forward her oxygen tank nearly toppled. Gertrude, sporting a bedazzled tracksuit, fanned herself dramatically. "He's like a fine wine," Martha declared. "Gets better with age." "More like a used car salesman," Rusty muttered. Chip caught Gumbo watching and winked. Not a friendly wink. The kind of wink that suggested he knew exactly why you were here, and you wouldn't like the consequences. A golf cart decorated with flamingo decals zipped past, driven by a woman who couldn't have been a day under 80, wearing oversized sunglasses and a t-shirt that read, "Hot Grandma on Board." "Welcome to paradise," Rusty said, his voice drier than the community's communal lawn, "where retirement is a contact sport, and everyone's got a secret." Gumbo watched Chip work the crowd. Each smile, each touch, each carefully practiced laugh felt like a calculated move. These weren't just potential romantic partners. They were targets. As the tour concluded, Chip handed Gumbo a brochure. "Think about it," he said, that million-dollar smile never wavering. "Sunshine Paradise isn't just a place to live. It's a place to thrive." The brochure's back page featured small print, so dense it would require a forensic accountant and a magnifying glass to decipher. Gumbo knew one thing: in Florida, paradise always came with a price tag. And sometimes, that price was a lot higher than the monthly lot rent. Rusty's words echoed as Gumbo walked back to his car. Something ain't right. No shit, Gumbo thought. Something was very, very wrong in Sunshine Paradise. Chapter 3. Zumba pants were not designed for undercover work. This was the first profound thought that crossed Ellie Rodriguez's mind as she adjusted her microphone pack beneath a neon-green, sweat-wicking ensemble that screamed fitness instructor, louder than a retirement community's early bird special announcement. Pelican Palm's mobile estates stretched before her like a pastel-colored labyrinth of mobility scooters and lawn ornaments. Plastic flamingos stood at attention, their faded pink a testament to decades of Florida sun worship. The community's welcome sign boasted 55-plus living, where the party never stops, unless it's nap time. "All right, ladies," Ellie chirped, her voice bouncing off vinyl-sided trailers and perfectly trimmed hedges. "Let's get those hips moving." The Hot Flashes fitness group looked less like a Zumba class and more like a tactical unit preparing for geriatric warfare. 6 women, ranging from 65 to 82, stood in various states of readiness. Compression socks pulled high, hearing aids turned to maximum. They regarded Ellie with the intensity of special ops veterans sizing up a new recruit. "I'm Lorraine," announced a woman with hair the color of a copper penny and sunglasses large enough to double as windshields. "I was doing aerobics before you were born, honey." Another woman, sporting a bedazzled tank top that read, "Flirty at 60, elbowed her. "That's Gladys. She thinks Richard Simmons is still her personal trainer." The class moved with surprising grace. These weren't your average seniors. Each hip thrust and salsa step carried the muscle memory of decades of dancing, drinking, and defying expectations. Ellie watched carefully, noting how they whispered and giggled between choreographed moves. "So," Gladys sidled up during a water break, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the Florida sunlight, "you're new around here." Ellie nodded, wiping imaginary sweat. "Just started teaching. Trying to bring some fresh energy to the community fitness scene." HMM. Lorraine's eyes narrowed behind her oversized lenses. "We've seen fresh before. Usually comes with white teeth and a sales pitch." A photo board near the community center caught Ellie's eye. Their recent Calendar Girls fundraiser shoot featured the Hot Flashes in increasingly audacious poses. Gladys in a leather jacket. Lorraine straddling a vintage convertible. A woman named Bernice doing a Marilyn Monroe-style pose over a sidewalk grate. And there, in the background of one photo, barely visible behind a palm tree, a shadowy figure watching the photo shoot. "Who's that?" Ellie pointed, casually. The women exchanged looks. The kind of look that suggested volumes could be written in the space between their words. "Just another admirer," Gladys said quickly. Too quickly. Bernice, adjusting her hearing aid, muttered something about Chip, and not this time. Before Ellie could probe further, a golf cart emblazoned with Pelican Palm's social director rolled up. Chip Casati emerged, white teeth gleaming, skin the color of perfectly bronzed toast. "Ladies," he called, looking fabulous as always. The hot flashes transformed. Postures straightened. Lipstick was hastily reapplied. Ellie watched, fascinated, as these women who moments ago had been hardcore fitness warriors now became something else entirely. Gladys leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. He thinks he's got us all figured out. But we're watching. Always watching. As Chip distributed flyers for the upcoming Senior Sunset Mixer, Ellie noticed something. A small mark on each flyer. A barely perceptible symbol that looked almost like a crossed-out name. The hot flashes were more than a fitness group. They were something else entirely. And Gumbo Malone's partner was going to find out exactly what. Later, back at their shared office, Ellie spread out her findings. A map of pelican palms. The photo with the mysterious background figure. The flyers with their strange markings. This isn't just about fitness, she told the life-sized cardboard cutout of Jimmy Buffett they used for office decoration. This is something bigger. The Jimmy Buffett cutout, predictably, offered no comment. But somewhere in Cedar Key, Gumbo Malone would want to hear about this. Especially the part about the hot flashes, Chip Casati, and the growing sense that something was very, very wrong in paradise. Chapter 4. Herman Schlitz's parrot had more coherent communication skills than most of the Cedar Key Police Department. Wrong pills. Wrong pills. The bird squawked from its perch near a collection of commemorative spoons that looked like they'd been collected during the Eisenhower administration. Gumbo leaned forward, his notepad balanced precariously on a plastic-covered armchair that probably dated back to the moon landing. Herman adjusted his hearing aid, a device so large it could have doubled as a satellite receiver, and continued his rambling narrative. Dottie was onto something, Herman whispered, his breath smelling like a peculiar mixture of mentholated cough drops and day-old tuna salad. That Chip fellow. Smooth as margarine left out in Florida sun. But slippery. The parrot chose that moment to interject. Check the portfolio. Check the portfolio. Gumbo raised an eyebrow. Your bird seems particularly invested in financial advice. Herman waved a hand covered in liver spots. Herbert's been more reliable than my last 3 financial advisors, including the one who recommended investing in Venezuelan beachfront property during hurricane season. Outside the trailer, palm trees swayed with the kind of indifference only Florida vegetation could muster. A golf cart puttered by, driven by a woman who couldn't see over the steering wheel and appeared to be using hope as her primary navigation system. Tell me about the argument, Gumbo prompted, pulling out his phone and pretending to check something while actually recording the conversation. Herman's eyes glazed over with the intensity of someone reliving a particularly juicy moment. Dottie was waving papers. Investment documents. Chip looked nervous, and let me tell you, that man doesn't do nervous. He does carefully curated charm, better than a used car salesman at a retirement community. The parrot squawked again. Danger. Danger. Herbert's been watching a lot of Sci-Fi Channel, Herman explained, not missing a beat. Gumbo's phone buzzed. A text from Ellie, dating app intel. This is wild. The private investigator's mind was connecting dots, faster than a senior solving a large print crossword puzzle. The dating app. Silver foxes and vixens. An app that sounded like it was designed by someone who thought hip meant wearing socks with sandals. After extracting every possible detail from Herman, who seemed more than happy to talk, Gumbo headed to the local Starbucks. Not because he wanted coffee, but because it was the only place in Cedar Key with reliable Wi-Fi that didn't require a decoder ring to access. Ellie was already there, her laptop surrounded by a fortress of napkins and a half-eaten blueberry scone that looked like it had survived several geological ages. Retirement King 68, she announced without preamble. Owner of the app is registered to a shell corporation in the Cayman Islands. But get this, the IP address for account management traces back to a strip mall in Boca Raton. Specifically, to a suite right above a store selling orthopedic shoes and mobility scooters. Gumbo ordered a coffee. Black. Like his current mood. How many victims? 4 confirmed. All wealthy. All no immediate family. All died within 3 months of matching with Retirement King 68. The dating app's profile page for Retirement King 68 was a masterpiece of carefully curated charm. Professional headshot that looked like it had been airbrushed by someone who believed aging was merely a suggestion. Interests included fine dining, travel, and investment opportunities. He's hunting them, Gumbo muttered, using the app as a selection tool. Ellie pulled up the victim profiles. Each woman, substantial savings. Each woman, no children. Each woman, recent will changes. This isn't just murder, she said. This is systematic elimination. Outside, a golf cart driven by what appeared to be a human-shaped collection of scarves and sunglasses narrowly missed taking out a fire hydrant. Just another Tuesday in Florida. Gumbo's phone rang. Linda, from the medical examiner's office. You're going to want to see something, she said. Her voice had that tone. The tone that meant whatever was coming next was going to make their current theory look like a children's bedtime story. The parrot's words echoed in Gumbo's mind. Wrong pills. Wrong pills. Sometimes, Herbert the parrot was more detective than most detectives Gumbo knew. Chapter 5. Breaking into Dottie's sealed trailer was easier than stealing the last cheese cube at an AARP potluck. Gumbo had picked more locks than a desperate locksmith at a convention of forgetful seniors, and this vintage 1987 Winnebago was about as secure as a wet paper napkin. The trailer smelled like a time capsule of mothballs, Ben Gay, and unresolved passive-aggressive tension. Yellow doilies protected surfaces that hadn't seen direct sunlight since Reagan was president. Ceramic cats with judgmental expressions watched Gumbo's every move, their glassy eyes suggesting he was one shuffle away from a strongly worded complaint to management. Beneath Dottie's meticulously made bed, hospital corners tight enough to bounce a quarter, Gumbo discovered a scrapbook that would make any conspiracy theorist weep with joy. Obituaries were carefully clipped, arranged chronologically, with red string connecting names like some geriatric version of A Beautiful Mind. Each obituary featured seniors from various retirement communities, all dead under suspiciously convenient circumstances. Well, hello, what have we got here? Gumbo muttered, flipping through pages that read like a who's who of Florida's departed elite. The pill bottles were his next discovery. Labels peeled back revealed prescription switches that would make a pharmacist's hair curl, if they still had hair. Metformin, labeled as blood pressure medication. Blood thinners marked as vitamin supplements. Someone had been playing pharmaceutical musical chairs, and the music had stopped for several unlucky passengers. Just as he was contemplating the medical malfeasance, a flash of green caught his eye. Tucked between frozen TV dinner boxes and a month's supply of prune juice, a package labeled chicken breasts seemed suspiciously heavy. Gumbo's investigative instincts tingled like Martha's leg during water aerobics. The package contained $50,000 in crisp $100 bills and a flash drive with a Hello Kitty sticker, because nothing says top secret evidence like a cartoon cat. The cash was bundled with a precision that suggested either a former bank teller or someone who took their retirement finance management very seriously. The flash drive proved equally intriguing. Before Gumbo could plug it into his laptop, a whiff of smoke caught his attention. Not the gentle smoke of someone's forgotten toast, but the aggressive, intentional smoke of something definitely not supposed to be burning. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," he muttered. Flames licked the trailer's vintage curtains, transforming the doilies into crispy lace confetti. Ceramic cats toppled dramatically, their judgmental expressions now melting into abstract art. Someone wanted this evidence gone, and they weren't taking any chances with a simple paper shredder. Gumbo grabbed the cache, the flash drive, and bolted, narrowly avoiding becoming a headline. Private investigator becomes human barbecue in retirement community conspiracy. Outside, the trailer park's residents had gathered, a chorus of walkers and oxygen tanks creating a mobility symphony. Mrs. Henderson, from 2 spots down, continued watering her plastic flamingos, apparently unimpressed by the growing inferno. "Fire?" shouted Mr. Peterson, who was either extremely observant or profoundly stating the obvious. Sirens wailed in the distance, a sound as familiar to Florida residents as early bird specials and humidity. Linda pulled up in her county vehicle, her expression a mixture of exasperation and professional curiosity. "Gumbo," she said, not even phrasing it as a question, "want to explain why you're standing here with singed eyebrows and what looks like a geriatric crime scene scrapbook?" Gumbo held up the cache and flash drive. "Let's just say our friend Dottie was keeping some interesting company before she took her unexpected golf cart ride to eternity." The flames consumed the trailer, transforming Dottie's carefully curated life into ash and memories. Somewhere, those ceramic cats were probably laughing. Back at his office, Gumbo connected the flash drive. The screen flickered to life, revealing a genealogy database that looked like it had been attacked by an angry librarian with a red marker. Names crossed out. Connections highlighted. A web of senior citizens reduced to strategic annotations. "What were you up to, Dottie?" Gumbo whispered. Outside, a golf cart rumbled past, its driver wearing suspiciously white teeth and a tan that screamed, "I'm definitely not hiding anything." Chip Casati gave a little wave. Gumbo waved back. Game on. Chapter 6. The Rusty Pelican was buzzing with more conspiracy theories than a UFO convention at a tinfoil hat factory. Word of Dottie's trailer inferno had spread faster than a Florida wildfire during drought season, and Gumbo couldn't take 2 steps without some retiree offering their expert arson analysis. "Spontaneous combustion," declared Hank Weathers, his eyebrows so bushy they could have housed endangered species. "Happens all the time in these retirement communities. One minute you're arranging your commemorative spoon collection. Next minute, whoosh, you're auditioning for a fire safety PSA." Gumbo nursed his 3rd cup of coffee, its bitterness matching his mood. The flash drive data painted a picture more disturbing than the airbrushed dolphins on Cedar Key's souvenir t-shirts. Dottie had been tracking inheritance patterns across 5 retirement communities, creating a spider web of connections that all led back to one immaculately tanned spider. She was methodical, Ellie said, sliding into the booth with a stack of printouts that smelled like fresh toner and impending doom. Tracked every senior who matched with Retirement King 68. Cross-referenced their obituaries with probate records. "Let me guess," Gumbo mumbled through a mouthful of key lime pie. "Mysterious new beneficiaries, appearing faster than alligators at a tourist feeding frenzy." Bingo. Ellie's expression suggested this wasn't just a confirmation, but a literal clue. Speaking of which, tonight's the championship tournament at Pelican Palms. Chip's hosting. The Bingo Championship at Pelican Palms was to retirement communities what the Super Bowl was to sports fans, only with more therapeutic shoe advertisements and bathroom breaks. The stakes, a gift certificate to Red Lobster, and eternal bragging rights until someone's memory gave out, whichever came first. Gumbo and Ellie arrived disguised as the most dangerous predators in Florida's retirement ecosystem, pharmaceutical sales representatives. Their lanyards bore the logo of Senior RX Solutions, a company Ellie had invented approximately 45 minutes earlier using clip art and a laminator with boundary issues. The community center had been transformed into a bingo coliseum. Daubers stood at attention like tiny soldiers ready for battle. The hot flashes had secured front row seats, their compression socks color-coordinated with their bingo cards for maximum psychological advantage. B9, called Chip Casati, his voice dripping with the kind of synthetic enthusiasm usually reserved for timeshare presentations. Like what you'll be saying when you feel fine after taking your vitamins. The crowd groaned at the joke, with the practiced weariness of people who'd heard the same bingo puns since the Nixon administration. Gumbo circulated, clipboard in hand, allegedly gathering prescription data while scanning the room for signs of Chip's next target. The familiar predatory pattern was emerging. Wealthy widows receiving extra attention, casual mentions of investment opportunities, strategic touches that lingered just long enough to awaken dormant butterflies in arthritic stomachs. I-24, Chip announced. Like my investment plan, that gives you a 24% return. Ellie nudged Gumbo, subtly directing his attention to a corner table where Maude Tippleton was engaged in what appeared to be a covert operation disguised as an innocent game of bingo. Her hot grandma shirt had been upgraded to one that read, "Not dead yet," in sequins visible from the International Space Station. Her dauber work was suspiciously focused on a pattern that resembled surveillance rather than an actual bingo strategy. "She's making her move," Gumbo muttered. N43. Chip's voice rang out. "Like Route 43, which is what I'd love to take with you lovely ladies someday." The hot flashes tittered appreciatively, their collective flirtation skills honed through decades of bridge clubs and widowhood. All except Gladys, whose eyes narrowed with the precision of a sniper acquiring a target. Old Scarback made a surprise appearance, his prehistoric snout pressed against the community center's floor-to-ceiling windows. The alligator's presence outside a bingo tournament would normally cause panic, but Cedar Key residents had long accepted him as part community mascot, part living reminder that Florida had been trying to kill humans long before retirement communities made it an art form. "067, Chip called, winking at a particularly wealthy-looking widow wearing diamond earrings that could double as navigational beacons. "Oh my, you're looking gorgeous tonight, Bernice." Gumbo's investigation senses tingled like a sunburn on a nudist beach. Bernice matched the profile, recently widowed, healthy investment portfolio, no children, and based on the way she was devouring Chip with her eyes, a critical shortage of romantic companionship. "G59, Chip crooned. "G as in, G, I'd love to discuss your portfolio over dinner tomorrow night." The room collectively held its breath as multiple players teetered on the edge of victory. Tension thick enough to spread on a Jimmy Buffett-branded cracker. And then it happened. Bingo. Maude's voice could have stripped paint off a Navy destroyer. She stood, dauber raised like Lady Liberty's torch, her bingo card a battlefield of perfectly executed strategy. Chip's smile flickered, a momentary glitch in his carefully manufactured charm. Something dark and calculating passed behind his eyes, so quick that only a trained investigator, or someone who'd spent decades watching for signs their spouse was lying about sneaking cigarettes, would notice. Well, let's verify that card." Chip's recovery was seamless as he approached Maude's table. What happened next would later be described by witnesses as either the most exciting bingo verification in Cedar Key history, or that time Maude went full CSI at the community center. As Chip leaned over to check her card, Maude executed a maneuver that would make a pickpocket blush with admiration. Her bedazzled acrylic nails, weapons disguised as fashion statements, deftly plucked something from Chip's jacket pocket while simultaneously accidentally spilling her prune juice. "Oh my goodness," Maude exclaimed, her performance worthy of community theater's highest honor. "My arthritis is acting up something terrible. The chaos that ensued provided perfect cover. Maude slipped whatever she'd acquired into her sequined fanny pack, while Chip dabbed at his now-stained golf shirt with the efficiency of someone who dealt with senior-related spills before. "Our winner," Chip announced, his smile now stretched thin as discount wallpaper. "Maude Tippleton, come claim your prize." The hot flashes applauded with suspicious enthusiasm, their carefully coordinated efforts suggesting more planning than the D-Day invasion. Gladys gave a thumbs up that could be interpreted as either congratulations or mission accomplished. Outside, old Scarback slipped back into the drainage ditch, his ancient reptilian brain recognizing the familiar signs of predators circling each other. As the event wound down, Gumbo intercepted Maude in the parking lot, where she was adjusting her fanny pack with the precision of a bank robber counting stolen cash. "Interesting technique," he said quietly. "The old prune juice distraction. Classic." Maude didn't miss a beat. "I have no idea what you're talking about, young man. Unless you're referring to my superior bingo strategy, which I'd be happy to share for the low price of telling me what you found in Dottie's trailer before it mysteriously became Cedar Key's largest marshmallow roast." She patted her fanny pack. "Besides, sometimes a lady has to take matters into her own bedazzled hands." Ellie joined them, holding up her phone. "We've got a hit on the genealogy database. Chip Casati wasn't always Chip Casati. 3 name changes in 15 years. Previous identities all linked to elder financial fraud in Arizona, California, and—" "Let me guess," Maude interrupted. "Del Boca Vista?" "Boca Raton," Ellie corrected. "Close enough." In the distance, Chip emerged from the community center, his predatory gaze scanning the parking lot like a sunburned Terminator. He spotted the trio and froze, recognition dawning across his artificially tanned features. "We need to move," Gumbo said. "Fast." "You two go ahead," Maude replied, unzipping her fanny pack to reveal what looked suspiciously like a taser decorated with rhinestones. "I've got a date with Destiny. And by Destiny, I mean the man who killed my best friend Dottie. No one messes with the hot flashes and lives to tell about it." Gumbo had seen Florida retirement community justice before. It was swift, efficient, and frequently involved prune juice in unpredictable ways. This was about to get messy. Chapter 7. The Golden Pelican Dance Club was where Cedar Key's seniors went to relive their glory days through the magic of disco balls, orthopedic-friendly dance floors, and a punch bowl that was rumored to contain more pharmaceutical enhancements than the average medicine cabinet. Tonight was Silver Fox's mixer, and the event had attracted every single senior within a 15-mile radius who still had a valid driver's license and an optimistic outlook on romance. Gumbo adjusted his fake mustache, which felt like a small furry animal had died on his upper lip. His disguise, a flamingo-pink leisure suit that made him look like he'd been attacked by cotton candy, had been Ellie's idea. "You look like someone's embarrassing uncle from Fort Lauderdale," she'd said, which was exactly the point. The club throbbed with the sound of ABBA's greatest hits, played at a volume carefully calculated to be heard through hearing aids without triggering cardiac events. A disco ball spun lazily overhead, creating a constellation of light specks that danced across faces wrinkled by decades of Florida sunshine and questionable life choices. "Honey, you are one tall drink of Metamucil," purred a voice that could only be described as cigarettes and regret. Maude Tippleton, now sporting a wig so elaborately teased it could house an endangered species of bird, slid next to him at the bar. Her undercover persona, Vivian Vavavoom, was written in rhinestones across a purse large enough to conceal either a small dog or a medium-sized weapon. "Seen our friend Chip?" Gumbo asked, sipping a club soda that the bartender had assured him was a gin and tonic. The man had winked so hard, Gumbo feared he might have sprained an eyelid. Like a shark circling the dancing denture crowd, Maude replied, gesturing with a beverage that glowed an unnatural shade of blue. Third victim spotted at 2 o'clock. Name's Gladys Winterbottom. Just sold her Michigan lake house. 7 figures. No children. Chip Casati moved through the crowd with the precision of a predator, his teeth reflecting the disco ball light with such intensity that several seniors had to shield their eyes. He wore a white linen suit that screamed, "I'm trying to look like I'm not trying," and loafers that cost more than most people's monthly mortgage. "Ladies," he cooed to a group of women whose combined jewelry could finance a small nation's GDP. "Has anyone told you that you're absolutely radiant tonight?" Gumbo watched as Chip's hand casually brushed against a pearl necklace, his fingers lingering just long enough to assess its authenticity. Not the touch of a man looking for love, but the appraisal of a jeweler. Ellie's voice crackled through the microscopic earpiece Gumbo wore. She was stationed in the parking lot, monitoring any suspicious activity. "FYI, Rusty the maintenance man just arrived. Looks nervous. Carrying something in a duffel bag that's definitely not his dancing shoes." On the dance floor, Lorraine and Bernice from the Hot Flashes were performing a synchronized routine to stay alive that involved more hip thrusts than their orthopedic surgeons would have recommended. Their eyes never left Chip, tracking him with the intensity of heat-seeking missiles. "He's making his move," Maude whispered, nudging Gumbo hard enough to bruise a kidney. "Gladys Winterbottom. The man works fast." Chip had indeed sidled up to Gladys, a woman whose sequined pantsuit suggested she had either robbed a Las Vegas costume department or was prepared for emergency signaling from space. Her hair, dyed an improbable shade of auburn, was styled in a bouffant that defied both gravity and common sense. "I hear Michigan's loss is Florida's gain," he said, his voice like butter melting on hot sand. "A lake house must have been so much work to maintain." Gladys giggled, a sound somewhere between champagne bubbles and asthma. "Oh, it was time for a change. Life's too short to shovel snow." "And what are your investment plans?" Chip asked, a question so blatantly financial that Gumbo nearly choked on his fake gin and tonic. Before Gladys could answer, a commotion erupted near the punch bowl. Rusty, his maintenance uniform replaced by a powder blue tuxedo that had last been fashionable when Miami Vice was on television, had apparently tripped over someone's walker and sent a cascade of neon pink punch across the dance floor. "That's the man WHO switched Dottie's medication." The accusation came from Herbert the Parrot, who had somehow made it into the venue on the shoulder of Herman Schlitz. The bird flapped its wings dramatically, causing Herman's toupee to shift sideways like a furry pancake in a windstorm. The music scratched to a halt. Seniors froze mid-dance move, some in positions that would require professional assistance to reverse. Chip's smile flickered just momentarily, before returning to its factory default setting. Now, he said, his voice honey smooth. "I think someone's exotic pet has been watching too many detective shows." "Wrong pills." "Wrong pills," Herbert squawked, launching himself through the air in a surprisingly aerodynamic display for a bird his age. The parrot landed on Rusty's head, causing the maintenance man to panic and drop his duffel bag. It hit the ground with a suspiciously metallic clank, unzipping just enough to reveal what appeared to be prescription bottles. Lots of them, with labels that didn't match their contents. Well, Gumbo said, abandoning his undercover voice as he approached. "Looks like someone's running a pharmaceutical shell game." Rusty's eyes darted around the room like panicked minnows. "It's not what you think," he protested. "I was just delivering these for Chip." The room collectively gasped with the dramatic timing of a synchronized swimming team. Chip's perfect tan suddenly looked spray-painted onto a canvas of panic. "This is absurd. I'm a social director, not some serial gold digger," suggested Maude, pulling off her wig to reveal her natural gray hair styled in what could only be described as a combat-ready pixie cut. "Murderer," added Ellie, who had materialized at the entrance, holding what appeared to be financial documents and a USB drive shaped like Hello Kitty. The hot flashes, sensing their moment had come, formed a perimeter around Chip and Rusty with the tactical precision of retired Special Forces operators. Lorraine pulled a pair of handcuffs from her sequined handbag. "We've been on to you since Martha," she said, her tone suggesting decades of bottled rage. "Did you really think we wouldn't notice? We were solving murders when you were still stealing lunch money on the playground, pretty boy." As if on cue, old Scarback chose that moment to appear at the venue's open French doors, his ancient reptilian form silhouetted against the moonlight like some primordial judge come to witness Florida justice. Gumbo stepped forward, removing his fake mustache with a flourish that would have impressed a Broadway actor. "Chip Casati and Rusty Williams, you've been running a con that's as old as those orthopedic shoes and twice as ugly." Chip made a desperate lunge toward the exit, but was immediately clotheslined by Bernice, who moved with surprising agility for someone who had just had her hip replaced. "The Hot Flashes Retirement Vigilante Squad has been tracking you across 3 counties, she announced, brandishing a cane like a samurai sword. And Dottie was our inside woman. Herbert the parrot, still perched on Rusty's now frozen form, offered what sounded suspiciously like a bird version of "case closed." But as Cedar Key police began to arrive, lights flashing against the garish disco ball, Gumbo Malone knew this was far from over. Because in the confusion, someone had slipped out the back door, someone whose shadow didn't match Chip's perfect profile. Someone who had been watching from the shadows all along. Old Scarback slid back into the water, bubbles trailing in his wake. The ancient alligator had seen enough Florida justice to know that some predators were still swimming free. Gumbo Malone ordered another club soda. This case was just getting started. Chapter 8. Malone's office ceiling fan moved air with all the efficiency of an asthmatic sloth. The only thing slower was the Cedar Key police investigation into what Gumbo now mentally catalogued as the geriatric dating game murders. 3 days had passed since Dottie's trailer had transformed into Florida's least appealing barbecue. Chip Casati's credit history makes less sense than a flamingo wearing snow boots, Ellie announced, slapping down a stack of papers. She'd spent the morning hacking databases that would make the FBI clutch their pearls. Bankruptcy in 2018, then suddenly he's driving a Mercedes and wearing watches that cost more than my student loans. Old Scarback, visible through the window, seemed to nod in agreement from his drainage ditch. The ancient alligator had developed an uncanny habit of appearing whenever the investigation hit a critical point, as if he'd appointed himself the unofficial reptilian witness to their case. The flash drive had more than genealogy, Gumbo said, swiveling his computer monitor. Dottie wasn't just connecting dots. She was constructing an entire conspiracy tapestry. The screen displayed what looked like a family tree having a nervous breakdown. Red lines connected names across 3 retirement communities, with Chip Casati at the center like a spider in a web of orthopedic vulnerabilities. "Look at this pattern," Gumbo pointed. "Every victim owned waterfront property. Not just any waterfront, all parcels that connect to form nearly 5 acres of prime real estate." Maude Tippleton burst through the door without knocking, her bedazzled, hot grandma shirt now complemented by tactical cargo pants, filled with what appeared to be enough supplies to survive the apocalypse, or at least a prolonged bingo tournament. "They're trying to kill me," she announced, dropping a mobility scooter catalog on Gumbo's desk. "This came in the mail today. I've never inquired about mobility scooters. I do CrossFit, for God's sake." She flexed an impressive bicep to emphasize her point. The catalog looked innocent enough, until Gumbo flipped to page 37, where someone had circled a Speedster 5000 model in red pen, and written soon in handwriting that looked like it had been scrawled by someone wearing mittens dipped in gravy. "The hot flashes are meeting tonight," Maude continued, pulling out what appeared to be homemade surveillance equipment constructed from life alert pendants and repurposed hearing aids. "We've got intelligence suggesting Chip is bringing in a special guest to the Sunset Mixer." Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "The hot flashes have intelligence operations now." "Honey," Maude said, adjusting her rhinestone-studded reading glasses, "we've been running counterintelligence since before you could identify fiber supplements in a lineup. Lorraine used to work for an unnamed government agency during the Cold War. Why do you think her hair is that particular shade of copper? It can intercept Russian radio signals." Outside, a golf cart backfired with the enthusiasm of a small cannon. Old Scarback submerged slightly deeper, maintaining only his eyes above water level. "Chip's shell company just purchased another property," Ellie said, scrolling through her laptop. "The DeSoto sisters double wide on Pelican Point." The sisters mysteriously relocated to Arizona last week after what neighbors described as an unfortunate incident involving their prize-winning orchid collection and mysterious fertilizer. Gumbo unfolded a map of Cedar Key, markers indicating each property now owned by Chip's various corporate identities. Together, they formed an almost perfect horseshoe around a protected wetland area. "The real estate angle doesn't explain the dating app, the medication switches, or why Herbert the parrot keeps shouting about wrong pills," Gumbo mused. "Unless," Maude interjected, her eyes narrowing with the intensity of someone who'd survived the 1970s disco era and lived to tell about it, "the dating app is how he selects targets. Wealthy single seniors with waterfront property and no immediate family." Gumbo's phone buzzed. A text from Herman Schlitz, "Herbert missing. Trailer ransacked. Help." "They've taken the parrot," Gumbo said grimly. Maude pulled a small canister from one of her tactical pockets. "Pepper spray. Senior strength. Causes immediate bladder urgency and temporary denture loosening." "That's specific," Ellie commented. "The hot flashes developed it after the shuffleboard tournament incident of 2023. We don't talk about that day." Maude's expression suggested traumatic memories involving competitive seniors and athletic equipment. Gumbo grabbed his keys, already heading for the door. "We need to find that bird before someone silences the only witness who can actually repeat what they heard verbatim." As they drove toward Herman's trailer, the sun cast long shadows across Cedar Key. Golf carts moved like slow-motion getaway vehicles between palm trees and pastel mobile homes. A group of seniors performed what might have been Tai Chi, or possibly an elaborate scheme to confuse seagulls. Old Scarback slid from his drainage ditch into the nearby canal, moving with surprising speed for an alligator who'd witnessed the invention of Social Security. Something was happening in Cedar Key tonight, and even the ancient reptile wasn't going to miss it. The Sunset Mixer would begin in 3 hours. Chip Casati would be there, white teeth gleaming like warning beacons. The hot flashes would be deployed, compression socks at the ready. And somewhere, a pharmaceutically knowledgeable parrot named Herbert held the key to unraveling a conspiracy that stretched across 3 retirement communities, multiple dating profiles, and what was increasingly looking like the most elaborate Florida land grab since Disney quietly bought up Orange County. Gumbo checked his watch. Time was running out. In Florida retirement communities, the early bird special weight didn't just apply to discounted dinners. It applied to murder too. Chapter 9. The Cedar Key morgue smelled like formaldehyde, industrial cleaning solution, and what might have been yesterday's tuna sandwich. Linda Alvarez, medical examiner extraordinaire, and the only person in 3 counties who could identify poison by smell alone, slid a manila folder across the steel table with the dramatic flair of someone who'd watched too many episodes of CSI Miami. "You're not going to believe this, Gumbo," she said, snapping her latex gloves with unnecessary enthusiasm. "Dottie Henderson's toxicology report reads like a pharmaceutical company's Christmas wish list." Gumbo flipped open the folder, scanning the results with growing disbelief. "These aren't normal senior medications." "Bingo," Linda said, pointing to a particular compound. "That, my friend, is a synthetic compound typically used in experimental memory drugs. Not FDA approved. Not something you pick up at your local Walgreens, between denture cream and adult diapers." The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like angry wasps at a picnic, casting everything in the unflattering glow that made the living look dead, and the dead look like they were contemplating a comeback tour. "And this was in all 4 victims?" Gumbo asked, rubbing his stubbled chin. Linda nodded, her earrings, tiny silver scalpels that dangled when she got excited about particularly interesting corpses, swinging wildly. Different concentrations, but yes. Every single one had traces of compounds that shouldn't exist outside research facilities with names that sound like villainous corporations in sci-fi novels. Before Gumbo could process this new information, his phone vibrated with the intensity of a senior's dentures during a particularly vigorous round of corn on the cob eating at the early bird special. Ellie's text was succinct. "AARP Underground Fighting Ring." "Not kidding." "I gotta go," Gumbo said, sliding the folder into his satchel, a weathered leather bag that had seen more Florida mysteries than Jimmy Buffett had seen margaritas. Linda raised an eyebrow. "You've got that look again." "What look?" I'm about to stumble into something that will probably require tetanus shots and legal immunity look." Gumbo grinned. Just another Tuesday in paradise. The Sunshine Palms Recreation Center looked innocent enough from the outside. Pink stucco exterior with faded plastic palm trees that hadn't been dusted since the Clinton administration. A sign on the door proclaimed, "Bingo night canceled, craft room renovation in progress." Ellie met him around back, dressed in what appeared to be a janitor's uniform, accessorized with turquoise jewelry that suggested her undercover persona had very specific tastes in Southwestern art. "You're not going to believe this," she whispered, leading him toward a service entrance. "Remember Gladys from the Hot Flashes? Bedazzled tank top. Hips that could dislocate a man's jaw. That's her. She's running a betting ring on underground senior competitions." "Bingo?" "Shuffleboard," Gumbo guessed. Ellie's expression suggested he was still swimming in the kiddie pool of retirement community imagination. Try motorized scooter demolition derby. Extreme aqua aerobics. Something called medication roulette that I'm pretty sure violates several FDA regulations. The service entrance led to a hallway that smelled of industrial cleaner and Bengay. Ahead, they could hear the unmistakable sound of elderly enthusiasm, a unique combination of cheering, the clacking of dentures, and oxygen tanks being adjusted for optimal viewing positions. They emerged onto a balcony, overlooking what had once been the recreation center's pool. The water had been drained, replaced with a crude dirt floor. Makeshift bleachers surrounded the space, packed with seniors who looked like they'd waited their entire lives for this moment. In the center, 2 mobility scooters had been modified in ways that would make a monster truck rally organizer weep with pride. Metal spikes protruded from reinforced bumpers. Flags bearing slogans like "Dentures of Doom" and "Metamucil Warrior" fluttered majestically. "Ladies and gentlemen," boomed an announcer who appeared to be wielding an ear trumpet as a microphone, "welcome to tonight's main event." In the right corner, weighing in at 112 pounds without her oxygen tank, Hurricane Harriet. A woman who had to be pushing 90 gunned her scooter's engine, producing a sound like an asthmatic lawnmower contemplating retirement. Her walker was mounted on the front like a battering ram. And in the left corner, the undefeated champion, Maude the Impaler. Gumbo nearly swallowed his tongue. There, astride a mobility scooter painted flame red with golden tassels hanging from modified handlebars, sat Maude Tippleton. Her sequined, hot grandma shirt had been replaced with what appeared to be homemade body armor, constructed from aluminum TV dinner trays and reinforced with Florida license plates. "Is that?" Ellie began. "Oh yeah," Gumbo confirmed. "Our client is moonlighting as a geriatric gladiator." The crowd roared as Maude revved her engine, performing a perfect donut that sent a cloud of dust billowing toward the emergency exits. 3, 2, 1. "MEDICAAARE," the announcer bellowed, and the two women charged. What followed could only be described as twisted metal, the Golden Years edition. Maude executed a perfect drift, her scooter's reinforced side panel scraping against Harriet's front-mounted walker with a sound like aluminum thunder. Sparks literally flew as metal ground against metal. Gladys appeared at Gumbo's elbow, startling him so badly he nearly toppled over the balcony railing. "Pretty impressive, isn't it?" she said, her voice casual, as if they were discussing a particularly nice arrangement of artificial flowers rather than weaponized mobility aids. "Betting pools up to $15,000 this month." $15,000? Ellie whispered. Gladys snorted. "Honey, seniors have disposable income and limited time horizons. Makes for aggressive betting strategies." Below, Maude executed a maneuver that involved reversing suddenly, causing Harriet to careen past her and nearly collide with a wall constructed entirely of stacked pool noodles. "But what does this have to do with Chip Casati?" Gumbo asked. Gladys's expression darkened. "Everything." "The betting pool? He skims 40% off the top. Says it's for administrative costs and refreshments. But that's not the worst part." She leaned in closer, her perfume, a potent blend that suggested she'd been in a wrestling match with a gardenia bush and emerged victorious, enveloping them like a floral fog. "The losers don't just lose money. They lose their medication." "What?" Gumbo and Ellie said in unison. "It started as a joke. Bet your heart medication against someone else's arthritis pills. Started calling it pharmacy poker. Then Chip got involved. Started organizing, making it professional. Now the big losers end up with their prescriptions redistributed. Supposedly they get replacements, but..." The pieces clicked together in Gumbo's mind like a jigsaw puzzle of pharmaceutical fraud. "The switched medications," he breathed. "That's how he's doing it." Below, Maude executed a finishing move that involved a rapid three-point turn and a tactical deployment of what appeared to be a pool cue mounted like a jousting lance. Harriet's scooter tipped dramatically, sending the elderly warrior tumbling onto a conveniently placed crash mat. The crowd erupted. "Winner and still champion, Maude the Impaler," the announcer proclaimed. Gladys smiled thinly. "Maude's been investigating from the inside. She's won 17 matches straight. Never has to surrender her meds. Keeps detailed records of who loses what." "That's why she came to me," Gumbo realized. "She needed outside help." "Exactly." And now, Gladys stopped abruptly, her gaze fixing on something across the room. "Oh no. We've got company." Chip Casati stood in a doorway opposite them, his unnaturally white teeth gleaming even in the dim light. Next to him stood a man Gumbo recognized from the trailer park, Rusty the maintenance man. Only now, instead of jangling keys, Rusty was jangling something that looked suspiciously like a modified taser with a prescription bottle duct taped to the handle. "Well, well," Chip's voice carried across the now quieting arena. "Looks like we have some unauthorized spectators." The seniors in the stands turned as one, their collective gaze reminding Gumbo of documentaries he'd seen about piranha feeding frenzies. "Ladies and gentlemen," Chip announced, his smile growing wider, "I believe we have time for one more exhibition match. How about our newcomers versus the Prune Juice Posse?" From a door beneath the balcony emerged 4 seniors on matching scooters, each one modified with what appeared to be garden tools welded to strategic locations. "I think," Ellie said calmly, "that this might be a good time to implement Escape Plan Delta." "We have an Escape Plan Delta?" Gumbo asked, backing slowly toward the exit. "Yes. It involves running like hell while screaming, 'Free denture cleaning' at the community center." "That'll work," Gumbo agreed, just as Rusty aimed his modified taser in their direction. Gladys sighed, reaching into her bedazzled fanny pack and pulling out what appeared to be a travel-sized can of hairspray and a cigarette lighter. "Amateur hour," she muttered, before creating an impressive makeshift flamethrower that sent Chip and Rusty diving for cover. As chaos erupted, Gumbo spotted Maude below, her champion scooter aimed toward an emergency exit. She caught his eye and winked, patting her sequined fanny pack meaningfully. The evidence. She had more evidence. "Let's go," Gumbo said, grabbing Ellie's arm as Gladys covered their retreat with surprising tactical efficiency for someone wearing orthopedic shoes. Behind them, the sound of mobility scooters revving in angry pursuit echoed off the walls. Just another day in paradise, where the early bird special came with a side of conspiracy and a deadly dessert. Chapter 10. The retirement community's monthly shuffleboard tournament had the intensity of a nuclear arms negotiation, combined with the subtle undercurrent of pharmaceutical-enhanced aggression that only Florida seniors could muster. Sunshine Paradise Estate's championship court gleamed under the merciless afternoon sun, its surface waxed to a shine that could blind passing aircraft. Gumbo adjusted his new disguise, a combination of compression socks, a fanny pack filled with butterscotch candies, and a hat that declared, "I'm not old, I'm vintage," with a confidence that bordered on delusion. "This is where it happened," Maude whispered, her bedazzled reading glasses flashing like warning beacons. "Right here is where Dottie Henderson allegedly confused the gas for the brake and performed the first-ever self-inflicted golf cart homicide in Cedar Key history." The tournament was in full swing. Competitors shuffled discs with the lethal precision of assassins who'd spent decades perfecting their craft while pretending to enjoy early bird specials and water aerobics. "See that?" Maude jerked her chin toward a group of women wearing matching visors that proclaimed hot flashes. "Those are Chip's current prospects. I call them the investments." Each woman wore enough jewelry to finance a small island nation. Their combined net worth probably exceeded the GDP of several developing countries. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice boomed over the PA system, with the fake enthusiasm of a cruise director announcing mandatory fun. "Welcome to the 34th Annual Sunshine Paradise Shuffleboard Championship." Chip Casati strode onto the court, his teeth so white they required their own UV protection. The assembled crowd of seniors broke into applause that sounded like arthritis having a temper tantrum. "Is that?" Gumbo squinted at the scoreboard. "Yep," Maude confirmed. "Our boy Chips paired himself with Beatrice Witherspoon. Recently widowed. Worth $7 million. No children. Just moved in last month." Beatrice was a tiny woman whose diamond tennis bracelet weighed more than she did. Her shuffleboard stance suggested someone who'd taken lessons from a professional sniper. $10 says she doesn't make it to the Thanksgiving potluck," Maude muttered darkly. Old Scarback had somehow found his way to a decorative pond near the shuffleboard courts, his ancient reptilian eyes tracking the proceedings with what could only be described as alligator cynicism. The tournament progressed with the methodical precision of seniors who had nothing but time and grievances to nurture. Gumbo noticed Rusty, the maintenance man, lurking near the equipment shed, his expression suggesting he'd seen things that would make a lesser man consider sobriety. "Psst. Over here." The urgent whisper came from behind a life-size flamingo statue that had been bedazzled within an inch of its plastic life. Gumbo casually shuffled over, pretending to be fascinated by a garden gnome wearing sunglasses and holding a tiny margarita. Rusty's face appeared between plastic flamingo legs. "I found something. In Chip's office. Been doing some after-hours investigating." "Let me guess," Gumbo deadpanned. "A spreadsheet rating seniors by net worth and lack of immediate family." "Better." Rusty handed over a flash drive disguised as a golf tee. "Financial records. Chip's been transferring funds offshore faster than these old folks transfer their bowels after the all-you-can-eat prune juice social." A commotion erupted on the shuffleboard court. Beatrice had just executed a move so aggressive it sent Gladys Peterson's disc flying into the koi pond, where it was immediately investigated by a fish with more curiosity than survival instinct. "That's not regulation play," Gladys screeched, her voice reaching a pitch that made nearby dogs contemplate relocating. Chip rushed to Beatrice's side, his hand casually resting on her shoulder in a gesture that managed to be both comforting and proprietary, like a car salesman who's already mentally spending his commission. "Now watch this," Maude whispered, pulling out her phone and tapping the screen. 3, 2, 1. On cue, Ellie Rodriguez appeared, wearing the fluorescent ensemble of a Zumba instructor who'd been exposed to nuclear waste. Behind her, the Hot Flashes fitness group formed a phalanx of compression wear and determination. "Chip Casati." Ellie's voice carried across the shuffleboard court like a foghorn announcing the apocalypse. "Would you care to explain these prescription labels?" She held up evidence bags containing pill bottles. The kind of evidence bags that suggested someone had been shopping at the police supply store or had excellent connections at the medical examiner's office. The shuffleboard tournament froze. Even the koi in the pond seemed to pause their aimless circling. Chip's smile flickered, a momentary glitch in his carefully cultivated charm offensive. His tan appeared to pale by several shades, achieving a color scientists might classify as guilty peach. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice sliding into the smooth cadence of a timeshare salesman facing an audience of skeptics, "I believe there's been some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Gladys from the Hot Flashes stepped forward, her orthopedic shoes squeaking ominously against the shuffleboard court. "Like how Dottie Henderson's heart medication got switched with sugar pills. That kind of misunderstanding?" Beatrice Witherspoon's eyes narrowed behind bifocals that could probably detect lies at 20 paces. She took a subtle step away from Chip, her hand instinctively clutching her purse. Chip's eyes darted toward his golf cart, a customized model featuring flames down the side and a horn that played "The Girl from Ipanema." The emergency exit strategy of a man who'd clearly practiced hasty departures. "I think," Gumbo said, stepping forward and removing his "I'm vintage" hat, "that we should continue this conversation down at the Cedar Key Police Department." Chip's smile returned, the nuclear white grin of a man who knew something no one else did. "I don't think that will be necessary, Mr. Malone. You see, I have friends in very high places." As if on cue, a sleek black Lincoln town car pulled up at the edge of the shuffleboard courts, its tinted windows suggesting occupants who preferred anonymity over Florida's constant sunshine. The rear door opened. The assembled seniors gasped in perfect synchronization, a sound like dozens of dentures collectively coming loose. Gumbo's hand instinctively moved toward where his gun would be if he hadn't left it in the glove compartment because, honestly, who brings a firearm to a shuffleboard tournament? Old Scarback, sensing the dramatic shift in atmosphere, slipped deeper into the decorative pond, leaving only his eyes above the surface like prehistoric periscopes. The figure that emerged from the town car wore a seersucker suit so crisp it could have sliced cheese. His Panama hat shaded a face that had seen enough Florida politics to write a book that would never make it past any legal department. "Well, well, well," the man drawled, his accent thicker than the humidity. "What have we here? A private investigator making accusations at a perfectly respectable retirement community." Maude's rhinestone glasses flashed with recognition. "Commissioner Blackburn," she hissed. "Cedar Key's most corrupt politician since they elected that dolphin as honorary mayor in '97. Gumbo knew one thing for certain. This shuffleboard tournament had just become a whole lot more interesting than any reasonable person could have anticipated. And somewhere in the distance a parrot squawked, "Wrong pills." "Wrong pills," while a golf cart slowly rolled down an incline directly toward Commissioner Blackburn's immaculately polished shoes. Chapter 11. The flamingo-shaped doorbell of the soggy Pelican Motel played a warbling version of Margaritaville that sounded like it had been recorded underwater by a drunken parrot. Gumbo Malone slapped at the sleep hanging from his eyes and fumbled for his watch. 3 a.m. Only 3 types of people rang doorbells at this hour: killers, cops, and Jehovah's Witnesses with exceptionally poor scheduling skills. "Who died?" he croaked through the door. "Nobody yet," came Ellie's voice. "But someone's trying really hard to change that." Gumbo unlatched 3 deadbolts and a makeshift alarm system involving fishing line and a tambourine. The door swung open to reveal Ellie with hair that looked like it had been styled by a ceiling fan and enough adrenaline in her eyes to jumpstart a cruise ship. "The hot flashes staged a jailbreak," she announced, pushing past him with a manila envelope thick enough to choke a python. "Gladys and Lorraine busted Martha out of the hospital. They're on the run in a stolen golf cart with enough prescription medication to stock a pharmacy and what Bernice describes as enough firepower to liberate Cuba." Gumbo blinked. "Please tell me they're not headed where I think they're headed." "Chip's condo," Ellie confirmed, spreading crime scene photos across his bedspread with the precision of a blackjack dealer at the Seminole Hard Rock. "And they've got Herbert." "The parrot?" "The parrot." Ellie nodded gravely. "Apparently, he's crucial to the operation. Something about voice recognition and Chip's smart home system." Old Scarback, the legendary alligator, lifted his ancient snout from the drainage ditch outside Gumbo's window, as if sensing the imminent chaos. Florida's wildlife always knew when things were about to get weird. Gumbo pulled on pants that smelled vaguely of last week's key lime pie and a shirt with enough wrinkles to qualify as topographical map of the Everglades. How'd they even know where Chip lives? The man's more paranoid than a snowbird during tax season. Ellie tapped a photo. They followed the prune juice. "The what now?" "Turns out our boy Chip has a weakness. Organic, small batch prune juice from a specialty shop in Sarasota. Costs $40 a bottle, and he has it delivered weekly." Martha worked checkout at the health food store. She's been tracking his deliveries for months. Outside, a golf cart with military-grade off-road tires and what appeared to be Christmas lights strung around its roll bar zoomed past, carrying 3 senior citizens whose combined age was older than most geological formations. "That's them," Ellie said unnecessarily. Gumbo grabbed his keys. "Of course it is." The drive to Chip's waterfront condo featured the kind of vehicular maneuvering usually reserved for action movies and particularly aggressive retirees late for an early bird special. Gumbo's ancient Ford Bronco wheezed in protest as he swerved around a bewildered possum and what might have been Jimmy Buffett's third cousin twice removed, stumbling home from a tiki bar. "They've got a plan," Ellie explained, clutching the dashboard with white knuckles as Gumbo took a corner on what felt like 2 wheels. Gladys was a pharmaceutical representative before retirement. She knows her way around medication better than most doctors. And Lorraine? Let me guess, Gumbo interrupted, narrowly avoiding a mailbox shaped like a manatee wearing sunglasses. CIA. Black Ops. Military intelligence. Worse. High school cafeteria manager in New Jersey for 30 years. Gumbo nodded grimly. That would do it. Chip's condo loomed ahead, a monstrosity of glass and concrete that screamed, "I've swindled more seniors than Medicare scammers during open enrollment." The golf cart was parked haphazardly on the manicured lawn, one wheel crushing an unfortunate garden gnome whose expression seemed to match Gumbo's current mood. Herbert the parrot sat perched on the cart's roof, his feathers ruffled with what could only be described as avian determination. "They're already inside," Ellie whispered. The security system had been defeated with the kind of ingenuity only available to women who had spent decades clipping coupons and navigating Florida's Byzantine healthcare system. A hearing aid battery had short-circuited something important. A tube of Bengay had been applied to what appeared to be an optical sensor. The welcome mat had been flipped to reveal a message written in eyebrow pencil. "Karma's a bitch, and so am I XOXO Gladys." They found the hot flashes in Chip's study, gathered around a computer that glowed with the ominous blue light of damning evidence. Martha, still wearing her hospital bracelet, and what appeared to be 3 different styles of compression socks, was systematically feeding financial documents into a shredder while humming the theme from Murder, She Wrote. Lorraine, wearing noise-canceling headphones and tactical gardening gloves, was replacing Chip's prune juice with what looked suspiciously like a mixture that Gumbo hoped was just laxatives and not something from her mysterious New Jersey days. And Gladys, sweet, bedazzled, hurricane-proof Gladys, had Herbert copying passwords into a voice recorder with the precision of a feathered stenographer. "Bank account for Dottie," squawked Herbert. "Password, Rich Widow 69. "Ladies," Gumbo announced, careful not to make any sudden movements. Startling senior citizens engaged in vigilante justice was about as smart as poking old Scarback during mating season. "Maybe we should discuss this over breakfast. Somewhere with witnesses? And possibly law enforcement." The women turned in perfect synchronization, like a geriatric SWAT team that specialized in early bird reconnaissance. "You're late," Gladys said simply, adjusting her rhinestone-encrusted glasses. "We've found everything. The accounts. The altered medications. The dating profiles." She pointed to a corkboard that looked like it had been assembled by the world's most meticulous serial killer. 18 women. All dead. All with their assets mysteriously transferred to offshore accounts. Lorraine held up a flash drive shaped like a flamingo. "We've got it all. Including his next target." Martha nodded toward a color-coded spreadsheet that would make an FBI profiler weep with joy. "He likes them rich, lonely, and with a fondness for prune juice. The prune juice is key, easier to mask the taste of the special ingredients." Gumbo stared at the evidence, his detective brain processing faster than Bernice's electric scooter with the governor removed. "You've got enough to put him away for multiple lifetimes." "Oh, we know," Gladys said, her smile suggesting she had something far more creative in mind than prison. "But Chip's due home any minute. From his weekly investment seminar at the Pink Pelican Lounge." "The strip club by the interstate?" Ellie asked. "The very one," Lorraine confirmed, replacing the cap on what was definitely not just laxatives. "We thought he deserved one last digestive cleanse before justice catches up with him." The sound of keys in the front door sent everyone into motion. The hot flashes moved with the precision of a special ops team that specialized in early bird buffets and competitive bingo. Martha dove behind a couch with surprising agility for someone wearing 3 types of back brace. Lorraine slid the doctored prune juice back into the refrigerator. Gladys grabbed Herbert, whispering something that made the parrot nod with unsettling understanding. Gumbo and Ellie exchanged a glance that contained an entire conversation about professional ethics, moral ambiguity, and the surprising effectiveness of senior citizens with a vendetta. Chip Casati entered his condo whistling "Cheeseburger in Paradise," his tan glowing radioactively in the dim light, completely unaware that his life of scamming lovesick retirees was about to come to a spectacular end. Herbert the parrot chose that moment to launch himself from Gladys's arms, swooping through the kitchen with the battle cry that would become legendary in Cedar Key for years to come. "Wrong pills, mother fluffer. Wrong pills." Somewhere in the darkness of a drainage ditch, old Scarback sank deeper into the murky water. Some stories were better watched from a safe distance, especially when they involved vengeful grandmothers, truth-telling parrots, and the sweet, spectacular justice of Florida's most determined senior citizens. The night was still young, and in Cedar Key that meant anything could happen. Anything at all. Chapter 12. Gumbo had seen many Florida sunrises, but this particular Wednesday's dawn had the distinct glow of impending catastrophe. Not the gentle kind that ended with a stern warning from wildlife officials, but the sort that made local news anchors interrupt their Botox appointments. The Rusty Pelican's back room resembled a war council for the ARP's Black Ops Division. Maps covered every surface, held down by prescription bottles and half-eaten bran muffins. 6 members of the Hot Flashes fitness group, now self-dubbed the Prune Juice Liberation Front, hunched over a detailed floor plan of the Sunshine Paradise Clubhouse while Maude Tippleton stabbed at it with a knitting needle sharp enough to qualify as a concealed weapon. "Ladies," Gumbo said, eyeing the arsenal of oversized purses and what appeared to be homemade smoke bombs disguised as potpourri sachets, "perhaps we should reconsider the tactical assault approach." Gladys adjusted her hearing aid with a precision that suggested it might be more than just an amplification device. "Listen, Sonny. When I was protesting Vietnam, I chained myself to an aircraft carrier. This." She gestured to the improvised weapons. "This is Tuesday." Ellie glanced up from her laptop, where she'd been decoding the flash drive's genealogy database. "I found something. All these crossed-out names. They're heirs. Legitimate heirs to fortunes that somehow ended up in Chip Casati's investment portfolio. Old Jimbo, the Rusty Pelican's owner and unofficial conspiracy archivist, slid over another slice of key lime pie. My cousin's neighbor's sister works at the county records office. Says Chip's got property deeds in 12 counties under 8 different shell companies." "And the prune juice connection?" Rusty asked, his blue maintenance uniform now accessorized with what appeared to be homemade body armor constructed from shuffleboard discs. Maude slapped down a laboratory report with the dramatic flair of a prosecutor in a true crime documentary. "Prune juice bottles. Tampered with. Replaced the regular laxative effect with something that makes seniors suggestible. More likely to sign whatever's put in front of them. Like updated wills." Outside, a convoy of decked-out golf carts rolled into the parking lot, each one customized with flamingo decals and what looked suspiciously like reinforced battering rams. Lorraine stepped out of the lead cart, her copper-colored hair unmoved by the coastal breeze. She wore a tracksuit that matched her vehicle's paint job and orthopedic shoes that somehow looked tactical. "Mobile unit reporting for duty," she announced, saluting with a hand decorated by enough costume jewelry to sink a small dinghy. "We've got the perimeter of the Pelican Palms Community Center surrounded. Operation Early Bird is a go." Herman's parrot, Herbert, who'd somehow earned the role of unofficial mascot, squawked from his travel cage, "Follow the money. Follow the money." Gumbo rubbed his temples. This was supposed to be surveillance only, ladies. Bernice, at 82, the eldest of the Hot Flashes, scoffed. "That's what the government told us about Social Security, and look where that got us." She pulled out what appeared to be a tactical fanny pack, filled with packets of Sweet and Low, and a surprisingly modern-looking taser. You boys play it your way. We've got a different approach. The door swung open, admitting Detective Linda Marquez, who took one look at the geriatric strike force and promptly closed her eyes as if hoping they might disappear. When they didn't, she sighed with the resignation of someone who'd seen everything Florida had to offer and was still somehow disappointed. "Please tell me this isn't what it looks like," she said. "It's exactly what it looks like," Gumbo confirmed. "The retirement Avengers are assembling." Gladys pulled out a detailed floor plan of what appeared to be an underground bunker. "Chip's operation goes deeper than we thought. The dating app. Just the surface. He's been building a network across 6 retirement communities. Identifying wealthy seniors, isolating them, manipulating their medications, and rewriting their wills." "And the youth serum from the Golden Macaw case?" Linda asked, referring to Gumbo's previous adventure. Ellie spun her laptop around. "Connection confirmed. The same shell company that funded the underwater retirement pods is financing Chip's real estate acquisitions. It's all tied to something called Project Sunset." Outside, Old Scarback had emerged from his drainage ditch as if sensing the convergence of chaos. The ancient alligator watched the parking lot with what could only be described as amused interest. Maude adjusted her sequined, hot grandma shirt. "We move at noon. During chair yoga, when security is focused on Bernice's medical emergency." "What medical emergency?" Gumbo asked. Bernice patted her purse, which emitted a concerning hydraulic sound. "Let's just say my oxygen tank has been modified." The hot flashes pulled out matching visors with built-in LED lights, the kind typically used for reading menus in dimly lit restaurants, but now repurposed for what appeared to be tactical signaling. "I cannot sanction this," Linda said, her official police tone undermined by the curiosity in her eyes. "Didn't ask for sanction, dear," Maude replied, applying a fresh coat of lipstick with military precision. "Just thought you might want front-row seats when we expose Florida's most elaborate senior-targeted fraud operation. Oh, and there might be some light arson." Gumbo remembered his first case with the Golden Macaw, how it had started with a simple request and ended with underwater retirement colonies and experimental age reversal serums. This was Florida, after all, where retirement wasn't just a lifestyle, it was a battlefield. "The prune juice empire falls today," Gladys announced, raising a bottle of what appeared to be prune juice but, given the context, was likely something far more explosive. Herbert the parrot had the final word. "It's all connected. It's all connected." Old Scarback slipped back into his drainage ditch. Some things even an ancient alligator knew were best observed from a safe distance. Chapter 13. "You're telling me this man has eliminated more seniors than a Medicare budget cut?" Sheriff Bodine squinted at the evidence board, his mustache twitching like a caterpillar having a seizure. "And nobody noticed because Florida." Gumbo spread the photographs across the sheriff's desk, a collection of smiling seniors and their corresponding obituaries that looked like the world's most depressing bingo card. The fan overhead spun lazily, circulating air that smelled like stale coffee and bureaucratic indifference. 5 communities. 12 victims. One extremely tan man with teeth that could guide ships through a hurricane, Gumbo explained, tapping Chip Casati's glossy headshot. "He's not just dating them, he's selecting them based on net worth and family connections, or lack thereof." Sheriff Bodine scratched his chin with the enthusiasm of a man who'd rather be fishing. "And you expect me to believe a bunch of golden girls gone rogue figured this out before the entire police department?" "The hot flashes aren't just a Zumba class," Ellie Rodriguez interjected, spreading out her own findings. "They're a vigilante senior squad with more intelligence connections than the CIA. Gladys was military intelligence before she retired." Lorraine was a forensic accountant. Together, they've been tracking Chip's movements across 3 counties. The evidence from Dottie's flash drive glowed on Gumbo's laptop: spreadsheets, financial records, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of prescription medication tampering techniques. Old people might forget where they put their glasses, but they never forgot how to keep meticulous records. There's a pattern, Gumbo continued. Chip joins a community as social director, identifies wealthy, single seniors, uses the dating app to gauge net worth. Then, he made a slicing motion across his throat. Mobility scooter accidents, medication mix-ups, hot tub malfunctions. Ellie flipped through photos of crime scenes that looked suspiciously staged. And every time, he's named in their recently updated wills as a dear friend. Sheriff Bodine leaned back in his chair, which protested with the screech of government-issue furniture. So where's the money? If he's been doing this for years, he should be living like Jimmy Buffett, not slinging bingo cards at Sunshine Paradise. Gumbo and Ellie exchanged the kind of look that suggested they were one step ahead, not a common occurrence when dealing with Florida law enforcement. That's where things get interesting, Gumbo said, pulling up a satellite image. Remember underwater retirement solutions from our last case? Turns out our friend Chip has been funneling money into a similar operation. Only instead of underwater pods, it's a private island off the Bahamas. Eternal Paradise, Ellie read from the brochure they'd discovered. Where retirement never ends, because you'll never leave. The sheriff's eyes widened as the implications settled over him like a heavy wool blanket in August. He's building a compound. Not just any compound, Gumbo corrected. A senior compound staffed entirely by women who bear a striking resemblance to his past victims. We think he's not just stealing their money, he's stealing their identities. Outside the sheriff's office, Cedar Key continued its peculiar Florida dance. A pelican attempted to swallow a fish too large for its beak. A tourist in socks and sandals argued with a shopkeeper about the authenticity of a shell necklace. Life went on, blissfully unaware of the geriatric conspiracy unfolding. We need to move fast, Ellie said, checking her watch. According to the hot flashes, Chip's planning a sunset singles cruise tonight. 12 affluent seniors, all pre-selected through his dating app. All without family. All with recently updated wills. Sheriff Bodine stood, adjusting his belt with the deliberation of a man measuring his remaining years of public service against the absurdity of this case. What's your plan? We can't just arrest him for having unnaturally white teeth and suspiciously specific dating preferences. Gumbo's smile had all the warmth of a Florida alligator considering its next meal. That's where I come in. I've been accepted as a resident at Sunshine Paradise. Tonight, I'll be attending that cruise as Willard Flemington, recently widowed orthodontist with a passion for early bird specials and a 7-figure retirement account. And I'll be there as his home health nurse, Ellie added, pulling out a uniform that looked like it had been designed by someone whose only medical experience came from watching daytime soap operas. You're using yourselves as bait. The sheriff's voice carried the concern of a man who'd seen too many half-baked plans go sideways in his jurisdiction. Not just ourselves, Gumbo replied, his phone buzzing with an incoming message. We've got backup. The text simply read, "Hot flashes ready for deployment. Operation Prune Juice is go." Sheriff Bodine sighed the sigh of a man who'd clearly chosen the wrong week to give up drinking. God help us. A geriatric SWAT team. As they left the sheriff's office, a familiar scaly figure watched from a nearby drainage ditch. Old Scarback, the legendary alligator, observed with ancient eyes that had witnessed centuries of Florida madness. If alligators could sigh, he would have. Across town, at the Rusty Pelican, Maude Tippleton adjusted her sequined hot grandma shirt and checked her lipstick. The arsenal arranged on her kitchen table would have made a Navy SEAL nervous. Pepper spray disguised as perfume bottles, taser-equipped walking canes, and enough laxatives to create a maritime disaster. "For Dottie," she said, addressing the photo of her friend. "Tonight, we flush out more than just our systems." The Sunset Cruise wouldn't know what hit it. Quite literally. Chapter 14. "The problem with killing seniors is they're already halfway to dead," Maude declared, adjusting her leopard print fanny pack with the tactical precision of a Navy SEAL preparing for an amphibious assault. "We don't appreciate villains cutting in line." The hot flashes, now rebadged as the Pelican Retirement Rangers, had commandeered the bingo hall of Sunshine Paradise Estates after hours. 6 women with a combined age higher than the national debt hunched over laminated maps of Cedar Key's retirement communities, their bifocals glinting under fluorescent lighting. Gumbo watched from the corner, marveling at the military-grade organization. Martha had created a murder board that put the FBI's most sophisticated criminal profiling to shame, complete with color-coded yarn, meticulously annotated obituaries, and photos taken with smartphone cameras held at arm's length by arthritic hands. "Now, ladies," Gladys said, brandishing a pointer stick that doubled as her emergency back-scratcher, "our target has 3 more romantic engagements scheduled this week. The singles mingle at Pelican Palms, Sunset Shuffle at Paradise Gardens, and—" "The Golden Years Dating Gala," Lorraine interrupted, her face a topographical map of indignation. "That no-good, spray-tan gigolo is planning something big. Look at the pattern." She stabbed a bejeweled finger at their evidence wall. It was true. Every major accident had occurred within 48 hours of one of Chip Casati's themed dating events. "He's getting sloppy," Ellie said, setting down her laptop. She'd accessed the Silver Foxes and Vixens dating app's back-end code after discovering the password, Retirement K1 nanogram $, taped under Chip's desk drawer during her undercover Zumba instructor stint. "Look at these dating profiles. He's filtering for net worth. Anyone under $500,000 gets an automatic, 'We'll get back to you.'" Bernice, sporting compression socks with tiny flamingos, adjusted her hearing aid. "In my day, men at least pretended to be interested in your personality before trying to kill you for your money." The flash drive from Dottie's trailer had revealed a goldmine. Genealogical records of wealthy seniors without close family, cross-referenced with retirement communities across 3 counties. Chip wasn't just hunting, he was farming. "The medication switches are the genius part," Gumbo said, pulling out the evidence bags Linda had smuggled from the medical examiner's office. Blood pressure pills swapped with sugar tablets. Sleep aids replaced with triple-strength laxatives. Heart medication exchanged with diet pills from 1986, Maude finished. "That's how he got Dottie." She thought she was taking her heart medication, but instead she was hopped up on enough stimulants to make a racehorse see through time. Outside, a golf cart backfired, sending the entire room into defensive crouches that their orthopedists would have strongly advised against. Gumbo's phone buzzed. A text from Linda, talk screen confirmed. Dottie's system contained enough amphetamines to power a small college during finals week. "But why start killing now?" asked Ellie. "According to our timeline, Chip's been running this dating service for 3 years, but the accidents only started 6 months ago." Lorraine pushed forward a stack of printouts with the triumphant air of someone who'd just hit a full card at high-stakes bingo. "Because of this." The papers revealed a lawsuit filed against Sunshine Paradise Estates. Wrongful death. The plaintiff? Chip Casati. The deceased? His supposed aunt, Meredith Witherspoon, who had allegedly fallen down a flight of stairs. The settlement? $2.3 million. He tested the waters, Gumbo realized. Used his aunt as a trial run. And now he's perfect in his technique, Martha added, her southern drawl thickening with righteous fury. Targeting our friends while making it look like we're just clumsy old fools who can't handle our own medications. Ladies, Gladys said, her voice dropping to a whisper usually reserved for discussing colonoscopies in public, I believe it's time to deploy Operation Early Bird. The women nodded solemnly. Gumbo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the overactive air conditioning. Operation what now? Ellie asked. You ever wonder why retirement communities are so peaceful? Maude asked, pulling out what appeared to be a taser disguised as a life alert pendant. It's because we handle things ourselves. You youngsters think we spend all day watching game shows and complaining about our joints. Martha opened her purse to reveal zip ties, a roll of duct tape, and what looked suspiciously like brass knuckles fashioned from a collection of heavy rings. Good Lord, Gumbo muttered. You're vigilantes. Prune juice justice, Bernice corrected, applying lipstick with a steadiness that belied her age. We've been around. Seen things. Got tired of waiting for the system to work. Lorraine nodded. When that Medicare scammer hit Pelican Palms 2 years ago, police said they couldn't do anything. So we invited him to a special seniors investment seminar, served him laxative-laced coffee, and locked him in a bathroom with the evidence until he confessed. What about the pool boy who was stealing medication from Paradise Gardens? Gladys added. 3 days zip-tied to a shuffleboard court in August, wearing a sign that said, I rob old people. Gumbo and Ellie exchanged looks. Florida had always been weird, but this was something else entirely. A geriatric A-team with orthopedic shoes and unlimited free time. So what's the plan for Chip? Gumbo asked, not entirely sure he wanted to know. Maude's smile could have chilled blood faster than the air conditioning at a Florida movie theater in August. We've got something special planned for our dating director. She unfolded a map of the upcoming Golden Years dating gala. X's marked strategic points that seemed to involve the punch bowl, a karaoke machine, and something ominously labeled prune juice station. You can't just, Ellie began. Honey, Gladys interrupted, when you've survived 3 husbands, 2 hurricanes, and a timeshare presentation in Boca Raton, there's very little left in this world that scares you. Rusty, the maintenance man, knocked 3 times on the side door, their prearranged signal. He's on the move. Headed to the pharmacy. Again. Gumbo checked his watch. The pieces were falling into place. The dating gala is tomorrow night. He's making his final preparations. Then so are we, Maude declared, her sequined hot grandma shirt catching the light as she rose to her feet with a series of concerning pops and creaks. Chip Casati thinks we're just harmless old ladies. Time to show him what happens when you mess with the wrong retirement community. As the Pelican Retirement Rangers gathered their gear, an unsettling combination of medical equipment, craft supplies, and items that probably violated several weapons ordinances, Gumbo couldn't help but wonder if he should warn Chip. Then again, in the eternal balance of Florida justice, perhaps this was exactly what Chip deserved, to discover that in the hierarchy of dangerous things in the Sunshine State, vengeful grandmothers ranked somewhere between alligators and Category 5 hurricanes. The dating gala awaited. And unlike Sunshine Paradise's early bird specials, revenge was a dish best served at exactly room temperature, with a side of prune juice. Chapter 15. You're telling me that a man with dentures white enough to guide ships through a hurricane is secretly harvesting retirees like a geriatric Grim Reaper with a Viagra prescription? Sheriff Bodine's face contorted in disbelief, jowls quivering with the rhythm of a man who'd heard it all, but somehow never this. That's exactly what I'm telling you, Gumbo said, spreading the evidence across Crumpler's desk like a macabre retirement community collage. Chip Casati is systematically targeting wealthy singles across 3 different retirement communities. He's a serial senior dater with a body count. The sheriff took a long pull from his big gulp cup, which Gumbo strongly suspected contained more bourbon than Diet Coke. The Cedar Key Sheriff's Department looked like it had been decorated by someone whose entire design aesthetic was 1970s government surplus meets taxidermy enthusiast. A mounted marlin with one glass eye permanently stared at visitors from behind the reception desk, silently judging their life choices. "You know how this sounds, right?" the sheriff wheezed, his badge straining against a uniform that had given up hope of containment sometime during the Bush administration. Like one of those conspiracy theories the seniors cook up when the cable goes out during Jeopardy! Week. Outside the window, a man in socks and sandals was arguing with a pelican over a half-eaten sandwich. Just another Wednesday in Cedar Key. 4 bodies, Bubba. 4 wealthy women with no immediate family. 4 accidents that wouldn't pass a 5th-grade science fair scrutiny. And 1 Chip Casati, named in all their freshly updated wills. Gumbo tapped the USB drive. Dottie Henderson figured it out before her golf cart mishap. That's why someone torched her trailer. Ellie burst through the door with the frantic energy of someone who'd mainlined 6 espressos and discovered gravity was optional. Her hair looked like it had been styled by a ceiling fan, and her eyes had the wild gleam of someone who'd just found Jimmy Hoffa's remains in a bingo hall. "The dating app," she gasped, clutching her laptop like it contained nuclear launch codes. "I've traced the profiles. Retirement King 68 is actually 4 different accounts with identical photos, but different names across communities. He's been operating a Ponzi scheme of the heart." Sheriff Crumpler sighed deeply, the kind of sigh that suggested his retirement paperwork was looking more appealing by the second. "So what you're saying is we've got a senior citizen serial dater / possible murderer who's essentially running a retirement community death pool?" "Worse," Ellie said, turning her laptop around. "Look at these will changes. All executed by the same notary. All filed through the same law firm. All with the same beneficiary, a shell corporation called Silver Sunset Investments. Guess who owns it?" "Chip Casati?" Gumbo ventured. "Not exactly," Ellie corrected. "It's owned by Cedarway Health Services, the company that manages the medical clinics at all 3 retirement communities." Gumbo's eyebrows shot up like they were trying to escape his forehead. "The same clinics that dispense medication." "The wrong medication," Ellie confirmed. "Sweet baby Jesus riding a jet ski," Sheriff Crumpler muttered, finally abandoning any pretense of sobriety and pulling a bottle of Jack Daniels from his desk drawer. "You're telling me we've got a corporate-backed geriatric gigolo conducting assisted living assassinations?" "It's bigger than Chip," Gumbo said, his mind racing. "He's just the pretty face. The entire operation is systematic. They identify wealthy seniors with no immediate family, dispatch Chip to charm them, manipulate their medications, stage accidents, and redirect their estates to the company." A loud thump came from outside, followed by the distinct sound of metal scraping against concrete. Through the window, they could see what appeared to be a golf cart, attempting to parallel park between a Hummer and a moped. The driver, a woman whose height suggested she was seeing the road entirely through the steering wheel, was wearing sunglasses the size of dinner plates and muttering curses that would make a sailor blush. "That's Maude," Gumbo said, recognizing his leopard print-clad client. "And she looks pissed." Maude Tippleton entered the station like a human hurricane, her bedazzled hot grandma t-shirt now paired with what appeared to be tactical cargo pants and combat boots. Her purse, large enough to conceal a small child or medium-sized dog, swung dangerously as she approached. "They tried to kill me," she announced, pulling a prescription bottle from her purse and slamming it on the desk. "Switched my blood pressure meds with what I'm pretty sure is fish tank algae tablets." Lucky for them, I haven't taken a pill without inspecting it since the great vitamin scare of '87. Sheriff Crumpler looked like a man watching his peaceful retirement turn into a true crime documentary. You got proof of this tampering? Maude's smile was sharp enough to cut diamonds. Better. I got the hot flashes on surveillance duty. She pulled out her phone and played a video of 4 elderly women in matching tracksuits following Chip Casati as he entered the medical clinic after hours. The League of Extraordinary Grandmas has been documenting everything. We figured, if the police wouldn't take us seriously, we'd solve it ourselves. Jesus, Gumbo muttered. The hot flashes aren't just a fitness group. Honey, Maude said, patting his cheek condescendingly, when you've lived through 8 decades of men not taking you seriously, you learn to organize. We've got a monthly newsletter, matching windbreakers and more combined surveillance experience than the CIA. Margaret used to work for the IRS, for God's sake. The woman can audit a person's entire existence with just a calculator and spite. Sheriff Crumpler, now fully invested in both the case and his bottle of Jack, looked from Gumbo to Ellie to Maude. So what's our play here? I can't exactly arrest a man for being suspiciously tan and having a preference for wealthy widows. Gumbo's phone pinged with a text from Linda at the medical examiner's office. Found traces of digitalis in all victims. Not their prescribed meds. Call me. He showed the screen to the others. We need to set a trap. Maude's smile was the kind that had probably terrified school children, postal workers, and weak-willed husbands for decades. I volunteer as tribute. Absolutely not, Gumbo and Ellie said in unison. Too late, Maude replied, pulling out a printed confirmation. I've already signed up for Chip's senior singles sunset cruise tomorrow night. I've spent the last week casually mentioning my non-existent inheritance and showing off brochures for my future yacht. Sheriff Crumpler looked like he was mentally drafting his resignation letter. This has disaster written all over it. Oh please, Maude scoffed, adjusting her rhinestone-framed glasses. I survived disco, 2 husbands, and the implementation of the metric system. I think I can handle one mediocre con man with veneers. Outside, a flock of pelicans performed what appeared to be a synchronized diving routine into the harbor. A man selling authentic Florida shark teeth, clearly manufactured in China, argued with a tourist about the anatomical accuracy of his wares. Just another day in Cedar Key, where the bazaar was baseline and murder apparently came with an AARP discount. Gumbo looked at the evidence spread before them, a tapestry of greed, pills, and retirement community machinations that would make Agatha Christie reach for smelling salts. Tomorrow night, he said finally. We end this tomorrow night. Maude grinned, her leopard print yoga pants somehow looking suddenly tactical. I'll bring the prune juice. Chapter 16. I once saw a man wrestle an alligator with nothing but a tube sock and a can of RC Cola, announced Rusty, his leathery face creasing into what might have been a smile or possibly a grimace from decades-old kidney stones. But I ain't never seen nothing like what happened at the bingo championship last Tuesday. Gumbo adjusted his fake mustache, which had begun listing dangerously to starboard after 3 hours of surveillance in the unforgiving Florida humidity. Seated across from him at the Pelican Palms Community Center cafeteria, Rusty continued disassembling a motorized walker with the precision of a bomb technician, his nicotine-stained fingers working deftly through the machinery. Got your message, Gumbo said, sliding a $5 bill across the table. Something about modifications? Rusty snorted, pocketing the cash without breaking his mechanical rhythm. They ain't just souping up golf carts around here, detective. These mobility scooters? Custom jobs that'd make NASCAR engineers piss their coveralls. He extracted a small black box from the walker's control panel. GPS tracker. Remote override capability. Found him in all the accident victims' rides. Across the room, 3 members of the Hot Flashes, identifiable by their matching SAS with class windbreakers, were engaged in what appeared to be synchronized salt shaker sabotage at the condiment station. Remote override. Gumbo repeated, his investigative instincts tingling like arthritis before a thunderstorm. Push a button, take control. Send Grandma and her rascal straight into the lake. Or worse, the pickleball court during men's doubles championship. The cafeteria door swung open with the dramatic flair of a daytime soap opera reveal. Ellie Rodriguez entered wearing a bingo collar trainee badge and polyester uniform that looked like it had been stolen from a 1970s bowling alley employee. Table 6 wants more tapioca, she announced loudly, dropping a napkin on Gumbo's table. Written in what appeared to be ketchup, found the money trail. Offshore accounts. Chip equals Charles Kensington 3. Hedge fund manager, WHO died in 2018. I knew it, Gumbo whispered. The tan. The teeth. The casual use of financial jargon during water aerobics. Rusty reassembled the walker with practiced efficiency. There's more. Chip's hosting a sunset cruise tomorrow. VIP only. All the wealthy widows. No witnesses. The sunset special, Ellie muttered, continuing her waitress charade by aggressively wiping nearby tables. That's what the Hot Flashes call it. Last chance investment opportunity before residents get transferred to a better facility. Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text from Maude, Gladys missing. Pill bottle switched. Herbert says boat trip bad. The parrot had been right about everything so far, which was more than could be said for most Florida retirees or elected officials. Outside, a convoy of golf carts decorated with sunset-themed streamers puttered down the main drive, each one piloted by a senior whose enthusiasm seemed directly proportional to their net worth. Leading the parade was Chip Casati, in a captain's hat that looked like it had been purchased from a Halloween clearance sale. Tomorrow's the big finale, Gumbo said, standing abruptly. 4 retirement communities. 20 wealthy widows and widowers. 1 sunset cruise on a boat called. The final deposit, Rusty finished grimly. Registered in the Cayman Islands. Gumbo adjusted his fake mustache, which had now achieved a full 90-degree droop. We need to get on that boat. Already handled, Ellie said, sliding another napkin across the table. We're providing the entertainment. Hope you can play Jimmy Buffett covers. Gumbo stared at the credential that identified him as Jimmy McBuffington, of Cheeseburger in Retirement, Cedar Key's 3rd most popular Jimmy Buffett tribute act. I don't play guitar, he protested. You don't need to, Rusty chuckled, pulling out what appeared to be an instrument case but was actually filled with surveillance equipment. Just wear a Hawaiian shirt and mumble something about margaritas every 10 minutes. These folks will be too busy checking their investment portfolios to notice. From across the room, one of the Hot Flashes, Lorraine, her copper penny hair now sporting a streak of defiant purple, gave them a barely perceptible nod. The geriatric resistance was mobilizing. Gumbo's phone buzzed again. This time from Linda at the medical examiner's office. Toxicology back on Dottie. Exotic paralytic in prune juice. Same compound found in Martha and Helen. Origin, Caribbean blue ring octopus. WHO the hell has access to Caribbean blue ring octopus venom in Cedar Key. Oh shit, Gumbo muttered. What? Ellie asked. Remember the aquarium business Chip claimed to run in the Keys before becoming a retirement community social director? Rusty nodded grimly. Blue Paradise Exotics. Specializing in rare marine specimens. Outside, the golf cart parade continued its slow circuit around the retirement community, a processional for what Chip planned to be the final investment opportunity of these seniors' lives. "We have 24 hours, Gumbo said, removing his mustache and slapping it onto Rusty's water glass where it floated like an unfortunate hairy amoeba. "Time to crash a party." Behind the cafeteria counter, the lunch lady, who had been suspiciously attentive to their conversation, slipped away through the kitchen doors. Her orthopedic shoes squeaked against the linoleum floor as she pulled out a phone and pressed a single number on speed dial. "It's me," she whispered. "They know about the boat. And the octopus." The voice on the other end remained silent for a moment before responding, "Stick to the plan. By this time tomorrow, we'll all be drinking piña coladas in non-extradition paradise." The lunch lady hung up, adjusted her hairnet, and returned to serving tapioca pudding with the placid smile of someone who'd already calculated her share of 20 wealthy seniors' combined estates. In Cedar Key's murky waters, the tide was turning, and it smelled suspiciously like prune juice and opportunity. Chapter 17. You know what they don't tell you about hiding a body in a retirement community, Rusty said, leaning against his maintenance cart. "Everyone's too busy comparing medications to notice the smell." Gumbo Malone stared at the maintenance man, unsure if he was joking or offering a disturbing confession. With Rusty, the line between dark humor and felony admission was thinner than the elastic in Maude's leopard print pants. They stood outside the Pelican Palms Community Center, where a hastily erected banner announced "Emergency Condo Board Meeting, the future of Sunshine Paradise Estates." Beneath it, in smaller print, light refreshments provided. No outside beverages. "We're looking at you, Ethel." "Our boy Chip's in there," Rusty continued, lighting a cigarette with a match struck against his leathery neck. "Playing both sides like a discount fiddle. Got half the board convinced he's saving their retirement funds, and the other half thinking he's saving their libidos." Inside, the air conditioning battled valiantly against the collective body heat of 37 agitated seniors. The meeting room smelled of coffee, powdered creamer, and the lingering ghost of someone's menthol cough drops. Ellie slipped in through a side entrance, disguised in a floral muumuu and a wig that looked like it had been styled by a weed whacker with artistic aspirations. She spotted Gumbo and gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the emergency exit where Maude stood guard, her bedazzled cane positioned like a medieval pike. "Order. I will have order." Gladys Kornfeld, board president and self-appointed parliamentary procedure enforcer, slammed a gavel hard enough to startle Mr. Weinstein's hearing aid into feedback mode. "This emergency meeting of the Sunshine Paradise Estates Condominium Association is now in session." The crowd settled into folding chairs arranged with the precision of someone who had spent too much time watching C-SPAN. The front row, known unofficially as Death Row, contained the community's most tenacious complainers, each armed with a 3-ring binder of violations they'd documented with the fervor of Cold War spies. Chip Casati stood at the podium, his teeth reflecting the fluorescent lighting with such intensity that Gumbo considered asking if they were a registered weapon. His tan had deepened to a shade best described as mahogany credenza, and his hair was shellacked into submission. "Friends, neighbors, beautiful people of Sunshine Paradise," Chip began, his voice caressing each syllable like it was a winning lottery ticket. "We face an unprecedented opportunity." Gumbo glanced at the flash drive in his palm. Dottie's final evidence, now decrypted thanks to a former NSA analyst who'd retired to Cedar Key after faking his death during the Obama administration. The contents were more explosive than the time Gertrude brought her homemade kimchi to the 4th of July potluck. "As your financial advisor and friend," Chip continued, "I've negotiated a deal with Everglades Eternity Investments. They're prepared to purchase our entire community for a premium that would allow each resident to upgrade to an even more exclusive retirement paradise. The crowd murmured. Evelyn Whitcomb clutched her pearls so hard they threatened to become diamonds. Moreover, Chip smiled, as your social director and, dare I say, confidant, I've arranged personalized transition assistance for each of you, particularly those of you who might be unattached. At this, several widows adjusted their push-up bras with military precision. Gumbo caught Ellie's eye across the room. She was slowly making her way toward the audiovisual equipment, her muumuu rustling like tactical gear. The flash drive contained not just financial records, but video footage from Dottie's hidden cameras she'd installed after noticing her friend Martha's accidental death. Before we vote, Gladys announced, the floor is open for questions or comments. Please use the microphone and state your name, unit number, and whether your assessment fees are current. Maude Tippleton seized the moment, charging the microphone with the speed and determination of a woman who'd spent decades perfecting the art of cutting lines at early bird specials. Maude Tippleton, Unit 47B, paid in full, including the special assessment for the shuffleboard court resurfacing, which was completely unnecessary. She took a breath that seemed to draw oxygen from 3 counties. I'd like to know why 4 women who opposed this sale have died in accidents after private meetings with Mr. Casati. The room erupted. Dentures were clutched. Oxygen tanks were adjusted. Someone in the back whispered, I knew it. Loud enough to be heard in Tampa. Chip's smile flickered for a microsecond before rebooting at full wattage. Maude, honey, these tragic accidents. Don't you honey me, you discount Ken doll. Maude brandished a document like a matador's cape. I have death certificates, timeline correlations, and evidence that Everglades Eternity is a shell corporation owned by Ocean View Pharma, the same company that tried to turn Cedar Key seniors into experimental aquatic humans last year. Gumbo nodded to Ellie, who had successfully connected the flash drive to the projection system. The screen behind Chip came alive with footage of him in Dottie Henderson's home, replacing her medication while she was at water aerobics. What the? Chip turned, his perfect veneers suddenly looking predatory rather than persuasive. That's not all. Gumbo stepped forward, abandoning his senior disguise with a dramatic removal of his false eyebrows. The investment prospectus you've been circulating. It's not for condos. It's for an experimental dementia drug testing facility. You've been selecting isolated seniors, manipulating their finances, and eliminating those who caught on. The Hot Flashes fitness group, positioned strategically around the room like special ops agents, moved in. Lorraine brandished a can of hairspray with the confidence of someone who had used it as a weapon before. Chip's hand moved toward his pocket, but Gladys was faster. With the reflexes of someone who'd spent 60 years snagging the last deviled egg at church potlucks, she swung her heavy leather handbag. It connected with Chip's perfectly coiffed head, sending him sprawling across the refreshment table. Nobody messes with the Sunshine Paradise Investment Club, Gladys declared, standing over him like a conquering general. We've been on to you since you switched Martha's heart medication. As Chip attempted to crawl away, he found his escape blocked by the orthopedic shoes of Cedar Key's finest, led by Detective Martinez, who'd been posing as the community's new shuffleboard referee. Charles Chip Casati, Martinez intoned. You're under arrest for the murders of Dottie Henderson, Martha Jenkins, Helen Rodriguez, and attempted murder of approximately 37 condominium owners. He paused. Also, we're adding criminal impersonation of a licensed financial advisor, and that tan, which is definitely a crime against nature. As they led Chip away, Maude approached Gumbo, her rhinestone glasses catching the light like tactical gear. Not bad for a supposed conspiracy theory grandma, huh? Gumbo smiled, watching as the hot flashes dismantled the investment opportunity diagrams with the precision of a SWAT team. Remind me, never to cross a retirement community condo board. Oh, honey, Maude patted his arm, that's rule number 1 in Florida. Right after, never trust a man whose teeth are brighter than your future. Outside, in the community pond, something stirred beneath the surface, not old Scarback this time, but the first bubbles of the community's long-buried secrets finally rising to the surface. Detective Martinez approached, holding up an evidence bag containing Chip's phone. You're going to want to see this. He's got dating profiles set up in 12 different retirement communities across 3 counties. Busy man, Gumbo noted. And that's not all, Martinez continued. The phone contains a map. Locations marked with red pins. All coastal retirement communities. Let me guess, Ellie said, joining them, her wig now abandoned. All prime real estate for Ocean View's next underwater senior experiment. Martinez nodded grimly. Looks like we didn't get all the players in the Golden Macaw case. This goes deeper than we thought. Gumbo looked toward the horizon, where the Gulf of Mexico glittered innocently in the afternoon sun. Somewhere out there, beneath those waves, someone was still planning the next evolution of Florida's most bizarre retirement scheme. Well, he said, accepting a slice of emergency meeting sheet cake from a triumphant Maude, looks like our work isn't done yet. In the parking lot, a golf cart with flame decals peeled out at the reckless speed of 8 miles per hour. The hot flashes were mobilizing. Gladys at the wheel, Lorraine on the phone, spreading the word to other communities. Florida's Geriatric Justice League was just getting started. Chapter 18. You ever notice how nobody talks about the real problem with Florida? Rusty said, flicking a cigarette butt into what might have been either a decorative fountain or someone's abandoned footbath. It ain't the humidity or the tourists, or even the pythons eating all the mailmen. It's that everything here is designed to look exactly like it's supposed to look without actually being what it's supposed to be. Gumbo squinted at the maintenance man through the haze of early morning heat. You practicing philosophy now, Rusty? Nah. Just saying. That golf cart ain't really a golf cart. It's a senior citizen Ferrari with cup holders. Rusty gestured toward the maintenance shed. And that shed ain't really a shed. Come see. The maintenance shed at Sunshine Paradise Estates looked exactly like every other maintenance shed in every other Florida retirement community, weathered, slightly askew, and designed to be invisible to anyone who wasn't actively looking for a rake. What made this one special was the retinal scanner disguised as a rusty padlock. You gotta be kidding me, Gumbo muttered as Rusty pressed his bloodshot eye against the scanner. Management thinks I'm just the guy who fixes toilets, Rusty said as the door clicked open. They don't realize I've got 3 PhDs and used to work for a 3-letter agency that don't officially exist. Which one? The one that makes sure alligators don't learn how to use the internet. Inside the shed was a command center that would make a Bond villain weep with envy. 6 monitors displayed live feeds from cameras hidden in everything from bird feeders to orthopedic shoes. A wall-sized map of Florida's retirement communities glowed with tiny red dots, each representing what Rusty described as potential targets. Chip's operation ain't just local, Rusty explained, hitting keys on a keyboard made entirely of what appeared to be reclaimed shuffleboard discs. He's got cells in every major retirement community, from Pensacola to Key West. They call themselves the early birds. Gumbo studied the map. And what exactly are the early birds catching, besides the worm? Inheritance money. Life insurance. Reverse mortgage payouts. Rusty pulled up a spreadsheet that scrolled endlessly. They target seniors with assets but no close family. The dating app is just phase 1. Phase 2 is the pill swap. Phase 3 is what they call accelerated checkout. Clever name for murder. Florida loves a good euphemism, Why do you think they call hurricanes weather events? A series of photos popped up on the center screen. Each showed Chip Casati in different disguises, sometimes with a beard, sometimes with glasses, once inexplicably dressed as Dolly Parton, at funerals. Always standing at a distance, always checking his watch. He attends every funeral, Rusty said. Like he's making sure they're really gone. How long have you been tracking this? Gumbo asked, equal parts impressed and disturbed by the retirement community deep throat. Since my wife Martha was targeted 3 years ago. Rusty's voice cracked slightly. Official cause of death. Enthusiasm-related shuffleboard incident. Reality, she just changed her will to include a cat sanctuary. Before Gumbo could offer condolences, the door flew open. Ellie stood there, wearing what appeared to be 6 different leopard print items and enough costume jewelry to sink a small yacht. They're on to us, she said. The hot flashes just texted. Chip is moving up the timeline. Rusty swore creatively, involving prune juice and a governor in ways Gumbo preferred not to visualize. Tonight's the big sunset soiree at Pelican Palms, Ellie continued. They're calling it the social event of the season, but Gladys overheard Chip on the phone. He called it the final harvest. On cue, another monitor flashed with an alert. Security footage from Pelican Palms showed workers setting up for the party. One truck, bearing the Innocent logo, Paradise Pharmaceuticals, was unloading what definitely weren't party supplies. Those are industrial pill presses, Rusty said, zooming in. They're planning to distribute counterfeits to everyone at once. Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text from Maude Tippleton. Check Dottie's flash drive. Password, CATSRULE4EVER. The files unlocked to reveal documents so incriminating they might as well have been titled Evidence of Multiple Homicides and also My Evil Plan. The original Chip Casati died 3 years ago, Gumbo read. This guy's real name is Barrett Billingsley. Former pharmaceutical sales representative fired for. Oh, that's not good. What? Ellie and Rusty asked in unison. Testing experimental memory drugs on nursing home residents without consent. Gumbo scrolled through more documents. He's been working with someone named the Condor. There's a meeting scheduled tonight during the soiree. Rusty pulled up satellite imagery of Pelican Palms. The party's on the west lawn. Perfect cover. 300 seniors, all with medication schedules and drinks flowing. They could take out dozens before anyone noticed. Ellie was already adjusting her disguise, adding another layer of leopard print and what appeared to be combat boots beneath her floral muumuu. The hot flashes are ready. They've got their mobility scooters souped up and their canes weaponized. Should we call the police? Gumbo asked, knowing the answer. Rusty snorted. Sheriff Bimkins thinks conspiracy is what happens when the all-you-can-eat buffet runs out of tapioca. We're on our own. Outside, the sun was setting in that particularly aggressive Florida way, as if trying to prove it could still outshine all the neon signs and reflective retirement community nameplates. A fleet of golf carts was assembling in the parking lot, each driven by a determined-looking senior citizen wearing what appeared to be tactical gear over their vacation in Cancun shirts. The shuffleboard militia, Rusty explained with pride. My retirement project. Each one can hit a target at 50 yards with a shuffleboard stick. Maude Tippleton pulled up in a golf cart that had been modified with what appeared to be the engine from a Kawasaki motorcycle. Her hot grandma t-shirt had been supplemented with a bandolier of what Gumbo desperately hoped were vitamins. We've got something Chip and his early birds don't, she announced, revving her cart's engine. What's that? Gumbo asked. Maude grinned, revealing dentures that had been sharpened to points. Nothing to lose, and decades of watching murder, she wrote. We know how this ends. As the impromptu senior citizen strike force prepared to move out, Gumbo couldn't help but feel they were still missing something. The condor. Who or what was the condor? His phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. Check the community center basement. Look for the flamingo with one leg. Florida, Gumbo thought, where even the lawn ornaments were part of the conspiracy. Chapter 19. That's not a crocodile. That's my mother-in-law's chihuahua wearing a novelty reptile costume, Gumbo explained, lowering his binoculars. Though I'll admit the resemblance is uncanny, especially around the eyes. Rusty the maintenance man clutched his chest, breathing heavily. His utility belt jangled like a one-man band having a seizure as he collapsed into a mesh lawn chair that had seen better days, most of them during the Clinton administration. Jesus H. Christmas on a pogo stick, Rusty wheezed. I almost had my third heart attack this week. Doctor says the next one's free. They were crouched behind the community center's dumpster, which smelled like a combination of week-old seafood casserole and broken dreams. The surveillance operation at Sunshine Paradise Estates had taken an unexpected turn when Maude's reconnaissance team of self-proclaimed hot flash hotties reported suspicious activity near the community's artificial lake, a body of water so chlorinated it could strip paint off a submarine. Gumbo checked his burner phone. Ellie had sent 17 increasingly frantic text messages in the last hour, the most recent one simply reading, "Follow the money," with enough exclamation points to suggest either a major breakthrough or a caffeine overdose. You're telling me, Rusty continued, pulling a flask from his sock, that we've been hiding in 90-degree heat for 3 hours because Gladys mistook a toy dog for a reptilian hitman? Focus, Rusty. Gumbo adjusted his disguise, a foam neck brace and novelty t-shirt that read, My grandkids went to Disney and all I got was this lousy shirt and crippling debt. The dog is irrelevant. What matters is that file cabinet Chip's been moving to his boat. The boat in question was less nautical vessel and more floating midlife crisis, a 38-foot cigarette boat painted flamingo pink with silver fox emblazoned on the hull in a font that screamed compensating for something. Chip had been making midnight trips to the marina, each time carrying manila folders that looked suspiciously like the kind used for wills and estate planning. Rusty took a swig from his flask. You know what gets me? The man uses just for men on his chest hair. His chest hair. I've seen him in the locker room. Looks like he spray-painted a chia pet. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Maude's voice came through with the clarity of someone who'd recently upgraded from hearing aids to military-grade audio equipment. Flamingo 2 to Pelican 1. The dreamboat just logged into his laptop at the clubhouse. Gladys is providing a distraction. Through the community center windows, Gumbo could see Gladys performing what appeared to be an impromptu tap dance routine while complaining loudly about constipation. Her bedazzled cane flashed in the fluorescent lighting like a disco ball having an identity crisis. Roger that, Flamingo 2, Gumbo replied. Operation Golden Oldie is a go. The flash drive Gumbo had recovered from Dottie's trailer had yielded a breakthrough that morning. It wasn't just a genealogy database. It was financial records for every resident who'd matched with Retirement King 68 on the dating app. Each victim's portfolio had been systematically drained through a complex web of offshore accounts and something called the Eternal Youth Investment Trust. Let's move, Gumbo said, pulling Rusty to his feet. I need to get to that laptop before. The explosion wasn't particularly large, as Florida retirement community explosions go, more of an enthusiastic whoosh than a Michael Bay production. But it was enough to send the community center's plastic flamingo decorations cartwheeling through the air like pink shrapnel. Sweet suffering sandpipers, Rusty whispered. That wasn't part of the plan. Emergency sprinklers activated, raining down on the senior water aerobics class that had been practicing synchronized swimming moves on dry land. The resulting chaos looked like an avant-garde performance art piece titled, Wet Polyester, a study in panic. Through the commotion, Gumbo spotted Chip Casati slipping out the back door, laptop tucked under his arm, his perfect tan now sporting an expression that could only be described as flight risk with excellent dental work. "He's making a break for it," Gumbo shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the retirement community's emergency alarm, a sound specifically designed to be heard by residents who routinely watch television at volumes that could strip wallpaper. Maude appeared beside him, wielding her oversized purse like a medieval flail. "That's two-timing, portfolio-pilfering gigolo. I've got the hot flashes blocking the east exit." "What about the marina?" Gumbo asked. Maude's smile could have chilled sangria. Ellie and Bernice replaced his boat fuel with maple syrup. "Impressive," Gumbo nodded. "But how did you manage to?" "Honey," Maude cut in, "I've been divorced 3 times. I've slashed more tires than a discount knife demonstration at the county fair." Amid the chaos, Gumbo's phone buzzed with an incoming call from Linda at the medical examiner's office. "Tell me you're sitting down," Linda said, her voice tense. "I just finished running those pill samples from Dottie's medicine cabinet. They weren't just switched medicines, they contained traces of a compound I've only seen once before." Gumbo's stomach dropped. "Let me guess. The golden macaw case." "Bingo," Linda replied. "Someone's manufacturing age acceleration drugs now. The opposite of that youth serum we found in those underwater retirement pods. Whoever takes these ages decades in days." The pieces clicked together in Gumbo's mind like a jigsaw puzzle assembled by someone with too much coffee and not enough sleep. Chip wasn't just stealing money, he was testing a new drug. One that could make wealthy seniors deteriorate rapidly, making their deaths look like natural acceleration of age-related conditions. Across the lawn, Martha from the Hot Flashes rugby tackled Chip as he attempted to sprint toward the parking lot. For a woman who routinely complained about her artificial hip, she moved with the determined grace of a former linebacker who'd found her true calling in geriatric vigilante justice. "I've got him," Martha shouted, sitting triumphantly on Chip's back while he wheezed into the manicured grass. Gumbo jogged over, wincing, as his knee reminded him that jogging was an activity best left to people whose cartilage hadn't gone on permanent vacation. "Chip Casati," he said, kneeling down. "Or should I say Dr. Charles Casimir, formerly of the Eternal Youth Biotech Lab. The same lab that tried to turn Cedar Key's retirement community into an underwater experiment last year." Chip's perfect smile had lost some of its wattage, now sporting a smudge of Martha's coral lipstick from where she'd pressed his face into the ground. "You don't understand," Chip hissed. "After the Golden Macaw disaster, we needed a new approach. Age acceleration is the future. Why wait decades for inheritance when you can accelerate the timeline?" Ellie appeared, clutching a USB drive. "Got his files. Bank accounts, drug formulas, everything. Plus about 300 selfies with filters that would make a teenager cringe." Gumbo looked across the chaos of Sunshine Paradise Estates. Golf carts had formed a makeshift barricade. The Hot Flashes stood guard, wielding an assortment of canes, designer handbags, and in Gladys's case what appeared to be a bedazzled taser. "You know what your problem is, Chip?" Gumbo said, pulling him to his feet as sirens wailed in the distance. "You underestimated your demographic. These aren't just seniors, they're Florida seniors. They've survived hurricanes, timeshare presentations, and early bird specials with limited seating. They're basically unstoppable." Martha adjusted her tennis visor. "Damn straight. Now, who wants to help me check his boat for evidence? I haven't hot-wired a cigarette boat since my 70th birthday." As Cedar Key's police department arrived, moving with all the urgency of a government office approaching closing time, Gumbo couldn't help but smile. Another case nearly wrapped up, though experience had taught him that in Florida, conclusions were as reliable as weather forecasts during hurricane season. His phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. The golden macaw was just the beginning. Age is the final frontier. Attached was a photo of old Scarback, the ancient alligator, with something strapped to his back that looked suspiciously like a waterproof medical delivery system. Some days, Gumbo thought, retirement just wasn't an option in Cedar Key. Chapter 20. You ever notice how nobody questions a dead senior citizen? Chip Casati took a theatrical sip of his mojito, the mint leaf caught between his unnaturally white teeth like a trapped butterfly. It's society's most perfect crime. They're supposed to die. The man sitting across from him, Vernon the accountant Pinsky, nervously adjusted his bow tie, which looked like it had been stolen from a cartoon penguin. In the corner of the Drunken Pelican's outdoor patio, a Jimmy Buffett cover band murdered Margaritaville with the enthusiasm of retirees discovering free samples at Costco. That's morbid, Vernon said, dabbing sweat from his forehead with a cocktail napkin. His laptop displayed spreadsheets that would give most IRS agents night terrors. And technically what you're describing is elder abuse, fraud, and about 16 other felonies. Chip laughed, flashing teeth that could signal passing aircraft. It's Florida retirement planning, Vernon. Circle of life. They spend 50 years accumulating wealth, then I help redistribute it. He lowered his voice. Besides, remember who paid for your timeshare in Boca? 3 tables over, Gumbo Malone adjusted his hearing aid, not because he needed one, but because Ellie had modified it with a directional microphone that could pick up a fart in a hurricane. He pretended to struggle with the laminated happy hour menu while actually recording every word. Got him? Gumbo whispered into his wristwatch. The accountant just called up something labeled Operation Sunset. Looks like a spreadsheet of... Let me guess. Ellie's voice crackled through his earpiece. Dead old ladies. Bingo. Gumbo winced. Sorry, poor choice of words. The server, a woman whose name tag read Destiny, but whose exhausted expression suggested her destiny involved significantly more alcohol than her current employment provided, slapped down a basket of conch fritters. Anything else I can get for you, gentlemen? She asked Chip and Vernon, her voice the audio equivalent of an eye roll. Chip's smile activated. Just your number, beautiful. I'm 47 with 3 kids and a pit bull that hates men, Destiny replied without missing a beat. You couldn't afford my emotional baggage, honey. As she walked away, Gumbo noticed something odd. Chip's smile never reached his eyes. They remained cold, calculating, like a crocodile watching tourists dangle chicken nuggets over the Everglades. The laptop screen flashed as Vernon turned it toward Chip. Your next target. Margaret Witherspoon. 82. Widowed 3 years. Liquid assets, approximately $2.4 million. No children. 1 nephew in Seattle, who hasn't visited since 2018. Chip examined the photo of a white-haired woman feeding ducks. Perfect. What's her weakness? Classical music and charitable causes. Volunteers at the Humane Society every Thursday. Animals and Mozart, Chip mused. I can work with that. What's her medical situation? Vernon adjusted his glasses. Heart condition. Takes digoxin daily. Gumbo's blood ran cold. The parrot's words echoed in his mind. Wrong pills. Wrong pills. You son of a bitch, he whispered, involuntarily crushing his plastic cup. At the next table, a couple celebrating their 50th anniversary glanced over nervously. The husband leaned toward his wife and whispered something about Florida being full of crazies talking to themselves. Gumbo smiled apologetically and returned to his surveillance. Chip and Vernon were now huddled closer, their voices dropping below even his enhanced hearing aids capabilities. But their body language told the story, two predators planning their next hunt. Across town, at the Sunshine Paradise Community Center, Ellie was putting the final touches on her undercover operation. The hot flashes had evolved from a Zumba class into something resembling a geriatric A-team. Lorraine, with her copper hair and take-no-prisoners attitude, had appointed herself field commander. "Remember," Ellie instructed, "we just need photos of Chip accessing Margaret's medication cabinet. No confrontations." Gladys, sporting leopard print compression socks and a fanny pack that could double as tactical gear, snorted. "Honey, I survived 2 husbands, 1 hurricane, and the 1970s. I think I can handle 1 tan gigolo with fake teeth." "That's what Helen thought," Bernice muttered, adjusting her orthopedic shoes. "Now she's fertilizing the community garden." The door swung open, revealing Maude Tippleton. She'd upgraded her hot grandma t-shirt to one that read, "If you can read this, you're within taser range." The rhinestone bedazzling formed what looked suspiciously like a weapon's crosshairs. "Ladies," she announced, "we have a problem. The accountant just left the drunken Pelican, and he's headed this way." Ellie's phone buzzed with a text from Gumbo. "Vernon coming your way. Chip staying put. Something's off." The hot flashes mobilized with surprising efficiency for women who collectively owned over a dozen replacement joints. Tactical walkers were positioned. Hearing aids adjusted to maximum sensitivity. Bernice reached into her purse and pulled out what appeared to be brass knuckles. "Bernice," Ellie gasped. "Where did you get those?" The elderly woman shrugged. "Amazon. I also got a stun gun that looks like a flip phone. Senior discount." Outside, a black Lexus pulled into the visitor parking space. Vernon emerged, briefcase in hand, bow tie slightly askew. He straightened his jacket and headed toward the community center. "Places, everyone," Maude commanded. "Operation Blue Hair is a go." The hot flashes scattered, taking positions that suggested this wasn't their first rodeo. Lorraine headed for the reception desk, where she immediately began flirting with the security guard, a retired police officer whose belt stretched optimistically across his substantial retirement gut. Ellie ducked behind a ficus plant, which provided approximately as much cover as a pool noodle in a shooting range. Through the leaves, she watched Vernon enter the building, his eyes darting nervously as Lorraine's laughter echoed across the lobby. "Is Margaret in today?" Vernon asked the distracted guard. "Wider spoon?" "Sure, she's in the library. Organizing the monthly book sale." Vernon nodded, clutching his briefcase tighter. "Perfect. Just dropping off some financial documents for her review." As he headed toward the hallway, Gladys appeared, pushing a cart of what appeared to be donated books. She deliberately rammed it into Vernon's knee. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed with the theatrical flair of someone who'd watched too many daytime soaps. "My cataracts are acting up again. Are you okay, young man?" Vernon winced, rubbing his knee. Fine. "Let me help you," Gladys insisted, reaching for his briefcase. "The least I can do, after nearly crippling you." "No." Vernon yanked the case away with surprising strength. No thank you. I've got it." Back at the Drunken Pelican, Gumbo watched as Chip paid their bill. Something wasn't adding up. If Vernon was handling the financial documents, what was Chip's role in all this? The answer came in the form of a silver fox terrier that trotted onto the patio, wearing a vest that read, "Emotional Support Animal." The dog headed straight for Chip, who bent down with a practiced smile. "Hey there, Mozart," he cooed, scratching behind the dog's ears while discreetly attaching something to its collar. Gumbo's investigative instincts fired like a senior citizen spotting the early bird special. He snapped a photo with his watch, capturing the moment as Chip slipped what looked like a small pill container onto the dog's collar. "Son of a bitch," Gumbo whispered. "The perfect delivery system." The dog, apparently satisfied with its secret mission, trotted back out to where a golf cart waited. Behind the wheel sat an elderly woman, feeding treats to a row of plastic flamingos lined up on the dashboard. Margaret Witherspoon. Gumbo's phone vibrated with an incoming call from Ellie. "We've got a problem," she said, her voice tight with urgency. "Vernon just got into Margaret's financial documents. But I think the real danger is coming from somewhere else." Gumbo watched as Margaret's golf cart pulled away, the dog sitting proudly beside her, its collar carrying what he now knew was certain death. "It's the dog," Gumbo said, already running toward his car. "The murder weapon is the damn emotional support dog." Somewhere in the distance, a Jimmy Buffett song reached its mangled conclusion, the final notes hanging in the humid Florida air like a bad punchline waiting for its laugh track. Florida, where even the pets were accomplices. Chapter 21. "You know what's wrong with Florida retirement communities?" Rusty asked, picking his teeth with a cable tie. "Everyone thinks they're the first person to notice something fishy. Like discovering alligators enjoy swimming pools." Gumbo squinted across the table, at Rusty's grease-stained uniform. The maintenance man's coffee mug declared, "I fix what your husband tried to," which seemed aspirational given the state of his own appearance. They sat in the back booth of the Flamingo Diner, where the daily special was whatever hadn't expired yet, and the air conditioning worked just enough to remind you it existed. A collection of seniors occupied the counter stools, hunched over coffee that had been brewing since the Bush administration. The first Bush. "So you're telling me Chip's been at this for years?" Gumbo asked, sliding a napkin under his coffee mug to catch the impending overflow as the waitress topped him off with a trembling hand. "Years." Rusty cackled, revealing teeth that had seen more nicotine than toothpaste. "Try decades. The man's like a retirement community vampire. Sucks the life out of one place, changes his name, moves on to the next." He pulled a folded newspaper clipping from his wallet. "This is from 1998. Charles Castleton, they called him then. Same teeth. Same tan. Different hair, but that's what Rogain's for." The yellowed clipping showed a younger but unmistakable Chip standing beside a recently widowed Palm Beach socialite, her diamond-encrusted hands clutching his arm like he was the last lifeboat on the Titanic. 3 months after this photo," Rusty continued, tapping a nicotine-stained finger on the paper, "Gladys Worthington took a midnight swim. With her pockets full of aquarium gravel. Left everything to her devoted companion. Convenient, right?" A woman at the counter dropped her dentures into her soup with a splash that made the waitress jump. Nobody noticed. Florida diner etiquette dictated you only acknowledged catastrophes involving reptiles or relatives. "How exactly does a maintenance man know all this?" Gumbo asked, suspicion creeping into his voice like mold in a Florida basement. Rusty's expression darkened. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo, not one of those sad, blurry anchors that looked like it had been applied with a ballpoint pen in regret, but a professional badge. "Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Maintenance man pays the bills," he said quietly. "But I've been tracking Chip for 15 years. Ever since my mother became victim number 8. The revelation hung in the air like cigarette smoke in a non-smoking section. Somewhere in the kitchen, a cook dropped a pan with the enthusiasm of someone who just discovered religion. "Why not arrest him?" Gumbo asked. "If you've got a paper trail." "Paper trail? I've got enough paper to wallpaper the governor's mansion," Rusty snorted. "What I don't have is proof. The man's careful. Leaves a trail cleaner than a hospital corridor. Causes accidents that look natural enough for overworked medical examiners to sign off on without question. Outside, a golf cart conga line proceeded down the main street, led by a woman wearing a visor that declared "Hot Flash on board" in sequins visible from space. The seniors honked rhythmically as they passed the diner. "That's them," Rusty nodded toward the window. "The Hot Flashes. Surveillance unit disguised as a social club. They've been keeping tabs on Chip better than the FBI tracks tax evaders." Gumbo's phone buzzed with an alert from Ellie. The text contained a single photo and 7 words that made his coffee taste suddenly bitter. "Found pills. Match tox reports. It's palitoxin." "Palitoxin," Gumbo muttered. "That's coral reef toxin," Rusty finished for him. "Nasty stuff. Causes heart failure that looks natural in the elderly. Nearly impossible to detect unless you know what you're looking for." The waitress slid a slice of key lime pie in front of Gumbo, the meringue wilting in the humidity, like his enthusiasm for retirement communities. "Chip's not working alone," Rusty continued, stealing a bite of Gumbo's pie without asking. "Someone's supplying the toxin. Someone with access to exotic marine samples." The puzzle pieces clicked together in Gumbo's mind like a retirement community jigsaw, slowly, with several false starts, and at least one piece that didn't belong there at all. "The dating app," Gumbo said. "It's not just for finding victims. It's for selecting them. Medical histories. Financial statements. Last will and testament details." Rusty nodded grimly. "Welcome to the digital age of elder fraud. Same scam, new technology." The diner's door chimed as a woman entered, wearing oversized sunglasses and enough turquoise jewelry to sink a small fishing vessel. She slid into the booth beside Rusty without invitation. "Maude?" Gumbo acknowledged with a nod. "They're planning something," she whispered, not bothering with pleasantries. "The Silver Singles Sunset Cruise sets sail tomorrow. 3 wealthy widows already signed up. One-way tickets if Chip has his way." Outside, the golf cart parade had circled back, this time with signs attached to each vehicle. Together, they spelled out "Welcome New Residents" in a font size designed for failing eyesight. "The new residents," Gumbo muttered. "They're not residents at all." Maude nodded, stealing Rusty's coffee. "Foreign investors. Looking to buy oceanfront property from recently deceased owners at bargain prices. It's not just murder, it's real estate fraud." The hot flashes rolled past again, this time with Gladys standing precariously in her cart, recording something with an iPad the size of a cafeteria tray. "She's got the evidence," Maude said. "Recordings from Chip's office. Financial transfers. Everything." Gumbo's pie sat forgotten, the Florida heat already transforming it into key lime soup. A plan was forming in his mind, as wild and unpredictable as a hurricane season forecast. "We need to get on that cruise," he said. "Already handled," Rusty said, sliding 3 boarding passes across the table. "You, me, and Ellie. The Hot Flashes have their own plan." Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "Which is?" Maude's smile could have frozen a swimming pool in August. "Let's just say, when I was choosing between knitting and explosives as a retirement hobby, I didn't pick knitting." Through the window, Gumbo could see Chip Casati himself cruise by in a golf cart that cost more than most people's cars. His smile gleamed with the confidence of a man who believed Florida's retirement communities were his personal ATM. "Tomorrow," Gumbo said, finally pushing away his pie. "Sunset cruise." "Wear something nice," Maude advised, adjusting her enormous sunglasses. "It's going to be Chip's final retirement party." As they left the diner, the Hot Flashes parade made one final pass. This time, their signs had changed to a more ominous message: "The ship is going down." Florida metaphors rarely came so literally. Chapter 22. "If I have to hear one more word about prune juice being nature's broom, I swear I'll stuff this bingo dauber somewhere anatomically creative," Maude hissed, adjusting her leopard print fanny pack as she and Gumbo crouched behind the shuffleboard equipment shed. The evening air hung thick with humidity and the faint scent of Bengay. Pelican Palm's monthly Sunset Shuffle Spectacular was in full swing, complete with a steel drum player who knew exactly 3 Jimmy Buffett songs and played them with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been promised extra pudding. "This is it," Gumbo whispered, peering through a pair of opera glasses he'd borrowed from Ellie's undercover disguise collection. "The perfect setup. Chip's going to make his move tonight." The shuffleboard court glowed under strings of tiki lights, transforming the normally sedate game into something resembling a geriatric nightclub. Residents in matching team shirts, shuffleboard assassins versus the Rolling Bones, engaged in what could only be described as psychological warfare disguised as leisure sport. "Did you see that?" Gladys, captain of the shuffleboard assassins, yelled while waving her cue like a medieval battle axe. "That's an illegal push. My grandson's an attorney, and I'm not afraid to use him." Behind the refreshment table, Chip Casati worked the crowd with the precision of a shark circling chum-filled waters. His teeth reflected the tiki lights with such intensity that 3 passing moths flew directly into them, stunned by the unnatural glow. "Would you look at that smug bastard," Maude growled, offering sugar-free lemonade with one hand while preparing to steal Mildred Thompson's reverse mortgage with the other. Gumbo nodded grimly. The flash drive from Dottie's trailer had revealed Chip's elaborate scheme, targeting wealthy widows across 3 counties, establishing a pattern of accidental deaths that coincided perfectly with investment transfers to offshore accounts. Each victim had been carefully selected through his dating app, their assets liquidated within weeks of their unfortunate incidents. 5 minutes, Gumbo said, checking his watch. Ellie's in position with the hot flashes. The hot flashes, 6 octogenarians with enough collective sass to power a small city, had stationed themselves strategically around the shuffleboard court. Lorraine adjusted her hearing aid, which had been modified by Gumbo's tech guy, to serve as a covert communication device. Bernice pretended to rearrange her compression stockings while actually checking the transmitter taped to her ankle. Across the court, Rusty the maintenance man tinkered with what appeared to be a malfunctioning lawn sprinkler, but was actually a hidden camera disguised as a plastic flamingo. His cigarette dangled precariously as he muttered into his collar, "Eagle's nest to Pelican base." "The pink flamingo is in position. Repeat, pink flamingo is ready to roll." Nobody said anything about code names. Ellie's exasperated voice crackled through Gumbo's earpiece. "It was Maude's idea," Gumbo whispered. "She's been watching too many spy movies on Turner Classic." "Life's too short not to have a decent code name," Maude sniffed, adjusting her hot grandma t-shirt, which tonight had been accessorized with what appeared to be a tactical fanny pack containing pepper spray, denture adhesive, and 3 different types of hard candy. The trap was simple, but elegant. Mildred Thompson, a recent widow with a substantial portfolio that included a surprising number of cryptocurrency investments for someone who still referred to her refrigerator as an icebox, had agreed to be the bait. Tonight, she was scheduled to sign power of attorney documents that would effectively transfer her assets to Chip's retirement security fund. What Chip didn't know was that the documents had been replaced with confessions detailing his previous victims, the offshore accounts, and his method for altering medications to create accidents that even the most suspicious medical examiner would struggle to classify as homicide. "Movement at 2 o'clock, Ellie's voice came through the earpiece. "Chip's heading toward the clubhouse with Mildred." Gumbo nodded to Maude. "That's our cue." "Wait," Maude grabbed his arm. "What about my dramatic entrance? I've been practicing my 'you're busted scumbag' line all week." "Stick to the plan," Gumbo insisted. "We need concrete evidence, not just—" A commotion erupted near the lemonade table. Gladys had apparently decided to accelerate the timeline by accidentally spilling her drink on Chip's pristine white pants, creating a stain that looked distressingly like a urine accident. Jesus, Mary, and Medicare Part B, Maude groaned. They're improvising. Chip's carefully maintained composure cracked momentarily as he dabbed at his pants with a napkin featuring cartoon pelicans. It's fine, ladies. Just a little accident. Speaking of accidents, he attempted to steer Mildred toward the clubhouse. But Mildred, emboldened by her role in the sting operation and 3 glasses of sugar-free lemonade that Lorraine had definitely spiked with vodka, wasn't following the script. "You know what's not an accident, Chip?" she announced, her voice carrying across the shuffleboard court with surprising volume. "The fact that every woman you date ends up dead within 3 months." The court fell silent. Even the steel drum player stopped mid-Margaritaville, his mallets frozen in midair. Chip's smile remained fixed, but something cold and calculating flickered behind his eyes. "Mildred, dear, I think the heat might be getting to you. Let's get you inside." "The only thing getting to me is the fact that you've been murdering seniors for their money." Mildred was fully committed now, her bifocals flashing in the tiki lights. "And we have proof." Chip's hand moved to his pocket, where Gumbo knew he kept a prescription bottle. Not his own medication, but something that had been the last thing several widows had ingested. "Go. Go." Gumbo hissed into his microphone. What followed could only be described as geriatric chaos unleashed with military precision. The hot flashes converged on Chip from all directions. Lorraine wielded her shuffleboard cue like a quarterstaff. Bernice launched a barrage of hard candies with surprising accuracy. Gladys deployed a cloud of talcum powder that temporarily blinded their target. Chip, realizing he was cornered, made a desperate break for the parking lot. He might have made it too, if not for Herman's parrot, which had been perched on a nearby palm tree, and chose that exact moment to dive-bomb the social director while shrieking, "Check the portfolio." Wrong pills. Gumbo and Ellie closed in as Chip stumbled, caught off balance by the avian assault. "Chip Casati," Gumbo announced, the satisfaction of a case coming together sweeter than key lime pie. "You're looking at multiple counts of murder, fraud, identity theft, and—" "Wearing socks with sandals," Maude added, unable to contain herself any longer. "Which should be a felony in any civilized society." As Sheriff Houghton read Chip his rights, the residents of Pelican Palms gathered around, their faces illuminated by tiki lights and justice served. "I would have gotten away with it," Chip muttered through perfect teeth, "if it weren't for you meddling seniors." "Honey," Maude said, patting his artificially tanned cheek, "in Florida the seniors are always watching. And we've got nothing but time to solve a good mystery." Later, as the shuffleboard tournament resumed with renewed vigor, the excitement of a criminal takedown apparently being excellent for joint mobility, Gumbo sat at the refreshment table with Ellie, watching Maude hold court with her fellow seniors. "So what's next?" Ellie asked, stirring her lemonade with a tiny umbrella. Gumbo shrugged, the weight of completed justice sitting comfortably on his shoulders. "There's always another case in Florida. Always another scammer thinking seniors are easy targets. And always another alligator waiting to surface," Ellie added with a knowing smile. "Speaking of which," Gumbo said, nodding toward the community pond, "is that—" "Don't even say it," Ellie interrupted. "Some traditions need to die." Across the shuffleboard court, Herman's parrot swooped down to land on Maude's shoulder, its feathers ruffled with satisfaction. "Justice?" it squawked. "Justice and prune juice." In Florida, sometimes that was as good a motto as any. Chapter 23. "Careful with that prune juice cocktail," Maude warned, adjusting her leopard print fanny pack. "3 of those, and you'll be doing the retirement community marathon." Gumbo stared at the suspicious purple concoction in his hand. The Rusty Pelican's latest invention, the Golden Years elixir, Smelled like something you'd use to strip varnish off antique furniture. "I've seen dead fish with better color," he muttered, but took a reluctant sip anyway. The flavor profile landed somewhere between cough syrup and questionable life choices. Ellie shoved a manila folder across the table, nearly upsetting Gumbo's drink. Inside were printouts of bank statements showing a pattern so suspicious it might as well have been wearing a ski mask and carrying a bag marked loot. "Chip's been busy," she said. Each victim transferred exactly 23% of their retirement savings to offshore accounts exactly 14 days before their accidents. Not 15 days. Not 13. Always 14. What kind of psychopath is that precise? Gumbo wondered aloud. "The kind with a system," Maude interjected, her bedazzled reading glasses reflecting the neon Budweiser sign. "I've been watching him operate at bingo night. He's got this thing where he taps his left pinky twice before making any move. It's like watching a lizard with OCD." 3 tables away, a tourist in a Florida, where a weird goes to retire t-shirt was attempting to photograph a pelican that had wandered inside. The bird, apparently a restaurant critic in a previous life, was inspecting the seafood display with skeptical eyes. Gumbo spread the evidence across the table: death certificates, bank statements, and most damning of all, a photograph of Chip Casati embracing what appeared to be a golf cart with unusual modifications. "The flash drive showed us his pattern," Gumbo said. "But we still need to catch him in the act. How do you prove someone's a serial killer when their murder weapon is natural causes?" The door to the Rusty Pelican swung open, bringing with it a blast of humid air, and Herbert the parrot, perched precariously on Herman Schlitz's shoulder. "Danger. Check the portfolio," the bird shrieked, causing several diners to look up from their grouper sandwiches. Herman hobbled over, his hearing aid whistling like a tea kettle. "That Chip fellow's hosting one of his special dating mixers tonight at Pelican Palms. He's got a new target, Myrtle Fishbein. Just came into a settlement after her husband's cigarette boat accidentally launched itself through the base pro shop window." $3 million, Maude confirmed, somehow having this information without anyone questioning how. Plus the base pro shop threw in a lifetime supply of fishing lures as part of the settlement. She's got enough tackle to supply a professional tournament. Ellie's phone buzzed. The hot flashes just texted. They've infiltrated Chip's computer. He's got a spreadsheet called Retirement Collection with a formula calculating optimal victim value against risk factors. What kind of monster spreadsheets his murders? Gumbo muttered. A very organized one, Maude replied, unzipping her fanny pack to reveal what appeared to be surveillance equipment that would make the CIA jealous. Gladys and I weren't just doing water aerobics all these years. We were in naval intelligence before most of you were born. Gumbo nearly choked on his prune juice cocktail. You were spies. Still am, technically, Maude said, extracting what looked like a normal hearing aid but was almost certainly not. I never filed the retirement paperwork. Government's been depositing my checks for 30 years, thinking I'm monitoring Russian fishing trawlers off the coast. I send them made-up reports every month. Last one said, I spotted Vladimir Putin wakeboarding with a manatee. Herbert the parrot flapped his wings excitedly. Classified. Classified. He worked for us in the 80s, Herman explained casually. Best damn code carrier in the business. Could memorize launch codes and recite them backward while drunk on rum. Outside, a procession of golf carts was forming, their headlights creating a slow-moving constellation across the parking lot. The hot flashes had arrived in full force, each cart customized with LED underlighting and bumper stickers reading, "Drive it like you stole it from your grandkids." Lorraine, her copper penny hair now styled into a tactical helmet shape, strode in wearing compression socks and what appeared to be a bulletproof vest disguised as a sequin blouse. Operation Early Bird is a go, she announced. We've bugged the community center with devices disguised as hearing aid batteries. Chip won't sneeze without us knowing about it. Gumbo looked around the table at his unlikely team. A geriatric ex-spy in a bedazzled fanny pack, a fitness class that doubled as a surveillance unit, a man with a classified parrot, and his partner Ellie, who was currently reconfiguring what appeared to be a normal-looking walker into something decidedly more sinister. "We're going to need a plan," he said. "And possibly some more prune juice." "Already have one," Maude replied, unfolding a map of pelican palms that had more annotations than a conspiracy theorist's manifesto. "We call it Operation Golden Snare." Ellie smiled grimly. "Let me guess, you're using live bait." "The most irresistible kind," Maude confirmed, patting her hot grandma t-shirt. "A wealthy widow with bad judgment and excellent life insurance." Outside, the sun was setting over Cedar Key, painting the water in shades of amber and gold. Somewhere in the distance, a police siren wailed, probably responding to another alligator in a convenience store incident. Gumbo Malone drained the last of his prune juice cocktail and made a mental note to stay near bathroom facilities for the foreseeable future. Tonight, they would catch a killer who preyed on the elderly. And God help anyone who underestimated the combined forces of the hot flashes, an ex-spy grandma, and a parrot with security clearance. Chapter 24. When I was a girl, we didn't have fancy dating apps. We had church socials and chloroform handkerchiefs, Maude declared, adjusting her rhinestone-studded reading glasses while examining the evidence board in Gumbo's office. "That explains a lot about your generation," Gumbo muttered, nursing a throbbing headache courtesy of last night's encounter with 2 mobility scooters and an overzealous security guard at Pelican Palms. His left eyebrow still smelled faintly of pepper spray. The morning sun filtered through Venetian blinds that hadn't been dusted since the Clinton administration, creating prison bar shadows across a chaotic constellation of photos, obituaries, and red yarn that made the office look like a serial killer's Pinterest board. Ellie burst through the door carrying a cardboard drink carrier with 3 smoothies that glowed radioactive green. "Kale, spirulina, and prune juice," she announced, distributing the glasses. "Maude's recipe for cognitive enhancement." "I'm enhancing something all right," Gumbo grimaced after a cautious sip. The concoction tasted like someone had liquefied a golf course and added sugar. "Don't be a baby," Maude chided, downing hers in one continuous gulp that defied both physics and common sense. "This is why my generation is outliving yours. We're not afraid of vegetables." Gumbo turned back to the flash drive contents projected on his office wall. Dottie's database was a Byzantine matrix of retirement communities, senior dating profiles, and what appeared to be a color-coded system of tracking deaths that would make the CDC weep with professional jealousy. "I've been cross-referencing these retirement communities," Ellie said, pointing at clusters of red pins on a map of Florida that looked like an infection spreading. Sunshine Paradise, Pelican Palms, Boca Breeze, Mangrove Manor, Flamingo Heights, all with suspicious deaths in the past 18 months. All with connections to various dating profiles controlled by our friend Chip. "What I don't understand," Gumbo said, studying a particularly disturbing photo of Chip wearing nothing but swim trunks and a smile at a poolside mixer, is why Dottie was tracking all this. Was she working with Chip or against him? Maude snorted with the precision of someone who'd spent decades perfecting the art of derision. Dottie Henderson was many things: a terrible canasta player, a shameless coupon hoarder, and occasionally incontinent, but she was no killer. "I think I've found something," Ellie interrupted, fingers flying across her keyboard with the intensity of a concert pianist on espresso. Dottie wasn't just tracking deaths. "Look at these family trees." The screen shifted to reveal elaborate genealogical charts with certain names highlighted in yellow. Each chart connected to one of the deceased women, tracing family lines back 3 generations. These yellow highlights, Ellie continued, they're distant relatives. 4th cousins twice removed, great-great-nieces, 2nd cousins by marriage, the kind nobody remembers at Thanksgiving. The kind nobody thinks to include in a will, Gumbo added, the prune juice suddenly sparking a cognitive connection that had nothing to do with regular bowel movements. Exactly, Ellie said. And guess who these distant relatives all connect to? A new image appeared on screen, a yearbook photo from 1972 featuring a young man with distinctly familiar white teeth. The name beneath, Charles Casimiro. Son of a barnacle, Maude whispered. Chip Casati. He's not just dating these women, Gumbo said, the pieces falling into place faster than a retirement community jigsaw puzzle competition. He's targeting them because of who they're related to. His own distant relatives, Ellie confirmed. Women who never knew they shared a great-great-grandfather with Charles Casimiro, now known as Chip Casati. He finds them through genealogy databases, creates dating profiles to match with them, charms his way into their lives. And kills them before anyone realizes the connection, Gumbo finished. But why? What's the endgame? The answer arrived in the form of a text message from Linda at the medical examiner's office. The attached photo showed a death certificate with a highlighted section. Cause of death, hereditary hemochromatosis. Iron overload disorder? Ellie read, confused. What does this have to do with the Casimiro fortune? Maude interrupted, eyes widening with recognition. The Iron Baron of Tampa. Lorenzo Casimiro made millions in the early 1900s with his steel manufacturing empire. The family fortune disappeared after his death, supposedly lost in bad investments. Not lost, Gumbo said, scrolling through another document from Dottie's files. Protected. The will had a bloodline clause. The fortune goes to the last surviving Casimiro descendant. Chip's not just eliminating dating competition. He's eliminating heirs, Ellie whispered. Outside Gumbo's office window, a man in a golf cart with suspiciously white teeth rolled past, towing what looked like a portable hot tub filled with ice and something that might have been their prune juice or motor oil. He's on the move, Gumbo said, grabbing his keys. And I think I know who's next. Maude stuffed the remaining half of her prune juice smoothie into her sequined fanny pack. Nobody messes with the Golden Girls Gone Wild and gets away with it, she declared, extracting a collapsible walking stick that looked suspiciously like it could double as a weapon of mass destruction. As they rushed to the door, Gumbo realized something about Dottie's database that had been nagging at him, something about the order of deaths, the systematic elimination. Chip wasn't just killing relatives, he was killing them in a specific sequence. And the next name on the list was someone they knew all too well. The hot flashes were about to face their most dangerous workout yet. Chapter 25. You know what gets me about retirement communities? Herman wheezed, his breath fogging the passenger window of Gumbo's beat-up Buick. Nobody ever mentions the smell of desperation, mixed with denture cream and off-brand cologne. Gumbo nodded sagely while navigating the labyrinthine streets of Sunshine Paradise Estates, where every third home featured a garden gnome making an obscene gesture that its owner probably thought was waving. And another thing, Herman continued, undeterred by Gumbo's silence, why's everybody got wind chimes made out of things that shouldn't be wind chimes? Saw one last week made from old hearing aids. Sounded like cicadas having a nervous breakdown. They were tracking Chip Casati's movements, having discovered through Ellie's investigative wizardry that the tan-shellacked Lothario had a standing Thursday appointment at Unit 47B. According to the Hot Flashes surveillance network, which Gumbo had come to respect as more effective than most federal agencies, this was the residence of Gladys Pinkerton, recent widow with a portfolio fatter than a manatee after an all-you-can-eat seagrass buffet. There he is, Gumbo muttered, easing the Buick behind a hibiscus hedge that had been trimmed to resemble what was either Elvis or an unfortunate pelican mid-digestion. Chip emerged from a golf cart emblazoned with Sunshine Paradise Social Director, in font large enough to read from space. He carried a clipboard, a bottle of Merlot, and what appeared to be prescription paperwork. The golden hour sun caught his teeth, temporarily blinding a passing mail carrier, who swerved his cart into a plastic flamingo battalion. "Follow my lead," Gumbo instructed as they exited the vehicle. He adjusted his disguise, a Hawaiian shirt featuring pelicans playing poker, and cargo shorts with enough pockets to smuggle a small aquarium. "Remember, you're my hard-of-hearing uncle who's considering moving in." Herman snorted, adjusting his hearing aid dramatically. "Hard of hearing? Son, I can hear a mosquito fart in Tallahassee when the wind's right." They approached Gladys's unit, just as Chip disappeared inside. The door remained slightly ajar, a rookie mistake or an invitation to eavesdrop. Gumbo chose the latter interpretation. "Just sign here, sweetie," Chip's voice oozed like maple syrup over reheated pancakes. "It's just a standard beneficiary form. Nothing to worry your beautiful head about." "I don't know, Chip," Gladys responded, her voice wavering somewhere between suspicion and the desperate desire to believe a man with abs was interested in her arthritic charms. "My financial advisor." "Financial advisors," Chip chuckled, the sound dripping with practiced condescension. "Those guys are stuck in the past. This is Florida's hottest new investment opportunity. Limited partners only." Gumbo peered through the gap in the door. The living room looked like Laura Ashley had exploded after consuming an entire factory of pastels. Chip sat uncomfortably close to Gladys on a plastic-covered sofa, his arm extending across her shoulders like a predatory python. Herman chose that moment to demonstrate why he was the worst possible choice for undercover work. "Excuse me," he bellowed at a volume that could summon the dead. "Is this where I pick up my hemorrhoid cream? The pharmacy said they'd deliver it here." Inside, silence fell like a guillotine. Chip's head snapped toward the door with the precision of a professional golf swing. Gumbo improvised. He shoved Herman forward, bursting into the condo with the confidence of someone who absolutely belonged there. "Aunt Gladys," he exclaimed, arms wide. "Uncle Herman said you were expecting us." Gladys, to her credit, adapted faster than a chameleon on a disco floor. "My goodness," she exclaimed, exaggerating her surprise. "Is it 4 o'clock already?" "Chip, these are my nephews I was telling you about." Chip's smile remained frozen, but his eyes narrowed like a gator spotting an unwary tourist. "Nephews? How fortunate." The next 15 minutes unfolded like an absurdist play performed by medicated actors. Herman rummaged through Gladys's medicine cabinet with suspicious thoroughness. Gumbo engaged Chip in conversation about retirement community social dynamics, watching the man's left eye twitch every time investment opportunities were mentioned. "So you handle all the social events?" Gumbo asked innocently. "Must be exhausting, keeping track of everyone's assets." "I'm very dedicated to resident welfare," Chip replied, his smile now stretched tighter than spandex on a manatee. Herman emerged from the bathroom, pocketing something that made a rattling sound. "Found my heart pills," he announced to no one in particular. Gladys, catching on with surprising speed, began a rambling story about fictitious family vacations that somehow involved both Gumbo and Herman despite their 20-year age gap. "And that's when little Gumbo got his head stuck in the lobster trap," she concluded, wheezing with fabricated mirth. "Hilarious," Chip said, standing abruptly. "Unfortunately, I have another appointment. Gladys, we'll finish our paperwork later." He beat a retreat so hasty, it left a vacuum of cologne in his wake. Through the window, they watched him sprint walk to his golf cart, phone already pressed to his ear. Well, Herman said, pulling a prescription bottle from his pocket. Look what Chippy was planning to substitute for your blood pressure medication. He rattled the bottle. Unless you've developed a sudden need for industrial-strength laxatives. Gladys's face drained of color, faster than a dolphin fleeing red tide. That son of a... Exactly, Gumbo interrupted. We need to move fast. He's onto us, and he's about to accelerate his timeline. Herman nodded sagely. When a predator feels threatened, that's when they're most dangerous. And most sloppy, Gumbo added. Outside, 3 women in matching visors pedaled by on tricycles modified for surveillance operations. The Hot Flash's mobile unit, right on schedule. Ladies, Gladys called through the window. Operation Casanova is moving to Phase 2. The lead cyclist, Lorraine, flashed a thumbs up without breaking her pedaling rhythm. Gumbo's phone buzzed. Ellie had sent a text, financial records cracked. You won't believe what I found. As they left Gladys's condo, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Sunshine Paradise. From a drainage ditch nearby, something watched with ancient, knowing eyes, then slipped silently beneath the murky water, unnoticed by all except a plastic flamingo that had seen too much. The game wasn't just on. It was accelerating faster than a runaway golf cart with a brick on the accelerator. Chapter 26. You know what the problem with retirement communities is? Chip Casati asked, examining his reflection in a handheld mirror. Too many witnesses with nothing better to do than stare out their windows all day. Gumbo, currently disguised as a geriatric plumber named Earl with a salt and pepper wig and a tool belt that had seen better days during the Carter administration, grunted noncommittally while pretending to fix the sink in Chip's luxury condo at Sunshine Paradise Estates. I mean, who designed these places? Chip continued, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his sink repair had now taken 3 hours and involved more note-taking than actual plumbing. It's like living in a fishbowl, where all the fish have cataracts and nothing but time. Gumbo twisted a wrench with deliberate incompetence. Hear ya, buddy. My ex-wife's the same way. Eyes like a hawk with night vision goggles when it comes to my poker winnings, blind as a mole rat when it's dishwashing night. The condo was a testament to Chip's peculiar definition of taste, a shrine to himself where every surface featured either a mirror or a framed photo of his suspiciously white teeth gleaming at various Florida tourist traps. The refrigerator contained nothing but protein shakes, prune juice, and what appeared to be small vials labeled Youth Formula 2.0. Say, Gumbo scratched his fake beard thoughtfully, you're that activities fella, right? Must be tough, keeping all them old ladies entertained. Chip's smile tightened, like a python that had swallowed something disagreeable. It's a calling. Not everyone understands the delicate nature of geriatric social engineering. Geriatric social, what now? Engineering, Chip repeated, straightening a framed certificate that proclaimed him Florida's premier senior dating coach, issued by what appeared to be a company he owned himself. These people spent their lives building fortunes, raising ungrateful children, surviving disco. They deserve special attention. The way he said special attention made Gumbo think of sharks discussing the finer points of seal migration routes. Gumbo's phone buzzed. A text from Ellie. Genealogy database cracked. All victims related. Third cousins twice removed. Inheritors of the flamingo fortune. Something wrong with your phone, Earl? Chip asked, suddenly hovering closer than any man with that many teeth should ever be. Just the ex-wife. Wants to know if I can fix her brother's toilet. Man's got a digestive system, like a garbage disposal in a seafood restaurant. A knock at the door saved Gumbo from further plumbing metaphors. Maude Tippleton stood there, leopard print yoga pants having been replaced by what could only be described as combat-ready golf attire. A visor with built-in magnifying glasses, knee pads over plaid shorts, and a polo shirt that read, "Grandmas do it with experience." "Mr. Casati," she announced, her voice cutting through the condo like a chainsaw through butter-flavored pudding. "We need to discuss the senior sunset mixer. The Hot Flashes fitness group has concerns about the punch recipe." Chip's face performed an impressive acrobatic routine from annoyance to customer service delight in under 0.3 seconds. "Maude. Always a pleasure. Earl here was just finishing up my sink." Was he now? Maude's eyes narrowed behind her magnifying visor, making her look like a disapproving insect from a 1950s science fiction movie. "Funny, I've never seen a plumber take so many pictures of a man's medicine cabinet." The air in the condo suddenly felt thinner than a retirement community's patience during early bird special hour. "Pictures?" Chip's smile remained frozen, while his eyes performed a quick threat assessment that would impress military intelligence. Gumbo slipped his phone into his pocket. "Just documenting the pipe configuration. Very unusual. European design. Reminds me of a job I did for a Belgian chocolate importer with similar drain issues." "Fascinating," Maude said, in a tone that suggested watching paint dry on a humid Florida afternoon would be more enthralling. "Perhaps you could examine the community center pipes next. They've been making the strangest gurgling sounds, almost like someone's been flushing evidence." Chip's laugh could have chilled a pitcher of sweet tea in under 10 seconds. Maude always with the jokes. "Now, about that punch recipe." "Actually," Maude interrupted, pulling out a folder that appeared thicker than the combined medical histories of everyone at Sunshine Paradise, "I've been researching family trees." "Fascinating hobby. Did you know Dottie Henderson was related to Martha Jenkins? And Helen Rodriguez? All from the same great-great-grandfather. Philip Flamingo." The name hung in the air like the smell of mothballs at a vintage clothing store. Chip's perfect tan seemed to fade several shades. "Genealogy. How quaint. Isn't it?" Maude's smile was sharper than the scalpels at Linda's medical examiner's office. "Turns out they all stood to inherit shares of the Flamingo Holdings fortune. Once the last living relative dies, the whole enchilada, currently worth about $60 million, goes to charity. Unless, of course, someone marries into the family before then." Gumbo, pretending to tighten a perfectly functional pipe, watched as Chip's hand drifted toward his desk drawer. "I have no idea what you're implying," Chip said, his voice smooth as artificially flavored maple syrup. "Don't you?" Maude's visor magnified her eyes to terrifying proportions. "The Hot Flashes have been compiling quite the dossier. Turns out, when you've got nothing but time and mobility scooters with surprising battery life, you can do a lot of investigating." The desk drawer opened a fraction of an inch. Gumbo accidentally dropped his wrench, the clang echoing through the condo like a warning shot. "Butterfingers. Speaking of fingers, did I mention I used to be a hand model before a tragic butter churning incident? Got into plumbing after that. Similar principles: pressure, release, occasional unexpected explosions." Through the window, Gumbo could see old Scarback sunning himself by the community pond, one ancient eye trained on the condo like a prehistoric security camera. Chip's phone rang with a personalized ringtone, Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville, because of course it was. "I should take this," he said, voice tight as a pair of compression socks. "Earl, feel free to bill me for the repairs. Maude, we'll discuss the punch recipe another time." As they left the condo, Maude whispered to Gumbo, "The Hot Flashes found his lab. It's under the shuffleboard court. They're waiting for us with golf carts and what I can only describe as an arsenal of orthopedic weaponry." Gumbo glanced back at Chip, who was speaking urgently into his phone while frantically typing something into his computer. "Let me guess," Gumbo said, removing his fake beard. "They've got prune juice, and they're not afraid to use it?" Maude's smile would have made a great white shark reconsider its life choices. Honey, you have no idea what damage 6 determined women with osteoporosis medication and nothing to lose can do. In the distance, a convoy of tricked-out golf carts, adorned with flamingo decals, crested the hill like a geriatric cavalry, the sunset glinting off bedazzled sunglasses and frighteningly determined expressions. The flamingo fortune was about to be claimed, one way or another. Chapter 27. You ever notice how retirement communities are basically high school with orthopedic shoes? Ellie asked, peering through binoculars at the Sunshine Paradise clubhouse. Same cliques, same gossip, same hormonal drama, just with more medications and earlier dinner reservations. Gumbo shifted uncomfortably in the borrowed golf cart they'd camouflaged with plastic ferns and an unnecessarily large Bocce Tournament Champion 2024 magnetic sign. And the same exact smell of desperation and off-brand cologne. They were parked behind a row of meticulously maintained hibiscus bushes that provided just enough cover to observe Chip Casati's singles mingle bingo night without being spotted. The event had drawn a crowd that could only be described as enthusiastically available, with a female-to-male ratio that resembled a particularly unbalanced game of musical chairs. B9, called Chip through a microphone that made his voice sound like Barry White giving investment advice. Be mine, cooed at least 15 women in unison, followed by uncomfortable giggling. My God, muttered Ellie. That wasn't even subtle. The investigation had taken a bizarre turn after they discovered Dottie's flash drive contents. What initially appeared to be a simple case of a charming con man targeting wealthy widows had evolved into something more sinister. The genealogy database wasn't just tracking potential victims, it was mapping bloodlines, specifically focusing on descendants of Cedar Key's founding families. Maude Tippleton appeared at the window of their golf cart so suddenly that Gumbo nearly inhaled his breath mint. Her leopard print visor today was complemented by what appeared to be military-grade night vision goggles pushed up on her forehead. He's got Phyllis Waterton cornered, she hissed, pointing toward a woman wearing so many layers of gold jewelry she'd need a chiropractor after bingo night. Waterton Pharmaceuticals heiress. Owns the last undeveloped parcel on Seahorse Key. Last week she was still dating that retired podiatrist from Gainesville. What happened to him? Gumbo asked, already dreading the answer. Tragic paddleboarding accident, Maude said. For a man who spent 40 years looking at feet, you'd think he'd have better balance. Ellie pulled out her tablet, cross-referencing their suspect board. That's the 4th accident, connected to property on the outer keys. 5th, corrected Maude, pulling a newspaper clipping from her fanny pack with the efficiency of a Vegas card dealer. Herbert Gilman tripped over his own lawn flamingo and fell face first into his koi pond. Shallow end. Gumbo studied the clipping. Let me guess, owned waterfront property. Bingo, said Maude, just as the actual bingo caller announced I-24. I want more, called the crowd of seniors. Chip's laugh rolled through the speakers like butter melting on hot pancakes. The man had charisma that could sell orthopedic insoles to mermaids. Something bigger is happening here, Gumbo muttered, connecting invisible dots. The retirement communities, the dating scam, the properties, they're all linked to something underwater. Like that last case with the golden macaw? Ellie asked. Exactly, but different. This isn't about youth serum. It's about... Gumbo trailed off as he watched Chip escort Phyllis Waterton toward the refreshment table, his hand resting just a bit too comfortably on her back. It's about location. Rusty the maintenance man shuffled past their hiding spot, pretending to trim a hedge while actually listening to their conversation. Y'all should check the prune juice, he whispered without looking at them. The what? Ellie asked. Prune juice supply. There's a reason these folks are always, regular. Rusty pantomimed an explosion with his hands. Company that supplies all the retirement communities. Same one that's buying up the underwater rights through shell corporations. Why are you telling us this? Gumbo asked suspiciously. Rusty's weathered face cracked into a grin that revealed a surprising number of gold teeth. My retirement portfolio took a hit when my ex-wife's sister's brother-in-law invested it all in Venezuelan beachfront property. During hurricane season. Gumbo and Ellie exchanged glances. Small world. Plus, Rusty added, I've been drinking that prune juice for 4 years. Pretty sure I've got less than a year before whatever they're putting in it turns my insides into a science experiment. Inside the clubhouse, bingo was reaching its climactic final round. The tension was thick enough to spread on a bagel. Chip's teeth gleamed under the fluorescent lighting as he pulled the next ball. "Oh, 69, he announced with a theatrical pause. The crowd erupted in scandalized delight. We need to move, Gumbo said, starting the golf cart. If the pattern holds, Chip's going to make his move on Phyllis tonight, and tomorrow she'll have a mysterious accident involving her paddleboard, mobility scooter, or both. Wait, Maude said, gripping the side of the cart with surprising strength for a woman who carried hard candies and pepper spray in the same pocket. We've got company. A procession of golf carts was approaching from the south entrance of Sunshine Paradise, each one decorated with flamingo decals and driven by women sporting identical Hot Flashes tank tops. Leading the parade was Lorraine, her copper penny hair now augmented by what appeared to be tactical helmet with a built-in cooling fan. The Pelican Palms contingent, Ellie whispered. They're not supposed to be here until tomorrow. Change of plans, Maude said grimly. Gladys got wind that Chip's accelerating his timeline. The Hot Flashes are staging an intervention. An intervention? Gumbo repeated incredulously. What kind of intervention involves 8 elderly women, golf carts, and he squinted at the approaching convoy. Is that woman carrying a flamingo lawn ornament like a battering ram? The Cedar Key kind, Maude said, adjusting her night vision goggles. You might want to duck. As the Hot Flashes converged on the clubhouse, Gumbo realized that retirement in Florida wasn't just a lifestyle. It was a tactical operation. And he was caught in the crossfire of the most dangerous force in nature. Senior citizens with nothing left to lose, and prune juice possibly spiked with something more sinister than extra fiber. Hit the gas, he told Ellie. We need to get to Phyllis before they do. Why? The Hot Flashes are on our side, right? Gumbo pointed to Lorraine, who was now standing through the sunroof of her golf cart like a general leading a charge, waving what looked suspiciously like Dottie's golf club, the same one that had supposedly caused her accident. In Florida, he said sagely, there are no sides. Only varying degrees of chaos. Their golf cart lurched forward, just as the first sounds of bingo cards being dramatically flipped echoed across the manicured lawns of Sunshine Paradise Estates. Chapter 28. You're telling me the alligator ate the evidence? Detective Perkins rubbed his temples so hard, it looked like he was trying to perform an emergency lobotomy on himself. Not all of it, Gumbo clarified, holding up a partially digested plastic bag containing what might have once been important documents. Old Scarback spit this part back up. I think the retirement community letterhead disagreed with him. The Cedar Key police station smelled of burnt coffee, desperation, and the unmistakable aroma of someone's tuna sandwich left too long in the break room microwave. A ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, seemingly more interested in redistributing the heat than actually cooling anything. Maude Tippleton burst through the door, her bedazzled senior sleuth t-shirt glinting under the fluorescent lights like a disco ball having a seizure. They've evacuated Pelican Palms. Everyone's being moved to the community center. Ellie looked up from her laptop, where she'd been analyzing the financial records of Chip Casati's most recent fiancés. All because of a little sewage backup. Sewage my patootie, Maude snorted, dropping a stack of papers on the desk with the authority of a judge delivering a death sentence. Take a look at these water samples from the retirement community pool. More chemicals in there than in Keith Richards' bloodstream, circa 1973. Gumbo squinted at the lab report. Potassium cyanide. Who puts potassium cyanide in a senior swimming pool? Someone who knows that water aerobics is scheduled for 2 p.m. sharp every Tuesday, Ellie said, connecting the dots faster than a retiree filling in a large print crossword puzzle. Outside, a convoy of golf carts zoomed past, their elderly drivers hunched over steering wheels like jockeys on particularly slow horses. The evacuation looked less like an emergency procedure and more like a rebellious nursing home field trip. There's more, Maude said, sliding a USB drive across the table dramatically. Rusty found this hidden in the fake bottom of Chip's karaoke machine. Detective Perkins reluctantly plugged it into his ancient desktop, which wheezed to life like an asthmatic trying to blow out birthday candles. I swear, if this is another one of those computer viruses that makes everything speak Spanish. The screen flickered, revealing hundreds of files meticulously labeled with women's names, birth dates, and net worth figures that made everyone in the room gasp collectively. Holy prune juice, Gumbo whispered. It's a hit list, Ellie said, scrolling through the files. He's categorized every single woman in 3 counties by age, wealth, and susceptibility to charm. Perkins's eye twitched. Is that a spreadsheet analyzing which mobility scooter models are easiest to tamper with? Maude adjusted her rhinestone-encrusted reading glasses. And look at this timeline. He's got deaths scheduled like their dental appointments. The Hot Flashes fitness group had gathered outside the police station, their neon spandex creating a visual assault that could probably be seen from space. Lorraine pressed her face against the window, her oversized sunglasses making her look like an elderly spy or possibly a confused housefly. We've got another problem, Gumbo said, checking his phone. Herman's parrot just texted me. The parrot texted you? Perkins looked like he was one absurdity away from early retirement. Herbert's very talented, Gumbo shrugged. And he says Chip was seen at the Cedar Key Marina, loading something suspicious onto the Golden Years. That's his yacht. A yacht. Ellie's eyebrows shot up. On a social director's salary? On a serial senior targeting con man's salary, Maude corrected. The phone rang, and Perkins answered it with the enthusiasm of someone accepting a collect call from prison. His expression darkened. The Coast Guard just spotted the Golden Years heading toward international waters. With what appears to be, are you serious? With what appears to be 6 women in evening gowns and tiaras. The Miss Senior Sunshine Pageant contestants. Maude gasped. Today was the rehearsal for next week's show. Gumbo was already halfway to the door. Each one a widow. Each one worth at least 7 figures. Ellie grabbed her laptop and followed. And each one wearing enough diamonds to sink a small yacht if they all jumped overboard at once. We need a boat, Gumbo declared, as they burst into the Florida sunshine that felt like being slapped in the face with a wet towel. Maude jingled a set of keys. Already covered. My boyfriend Hank's fishing charter. The erectile dysfunction. You're dating Hank? Ellie asked, jogging toward the marina. Honey, at our age, you don't date. You merge assets and medical conditions, Maude replied, moving with surprising speed for someone wearing orthopedic sandals. And his boat may be inappropriately named, but it's the fastest thing in these waters. As they approached the dock, they spotted a gleaming fishing boat with ED emblazoned on the side in electric blue lettering. That's subtle, Gumbo remarked. Hank says it stands for extra determined, Maude explained, hopping aboard with the agility of someone half her age. At least, that's what he tells the fishing tourists. As they pulled away from the dock, Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text from Herbert the parrot. Watch for traps. Squawk. In the distance, the golden years glinted in the late afternoon sun, looking less like a yacht and more like a floating crime scene waiting to happen. Maude gunned the engine, her hot grandma t-shirt flapping in the wind like a battle flag. Nobody messes with the women of Cedar Key. Not on my watch. A flock of pelicans scattered as the ED surged forward, cutting through the water like a geriatric avenger on a mission. The chase was on, and somewhere in Cedar Key, old Scarback drifted lazily in the shallows, watching the humans with ancient eyes that had seen it all before. "Does anyone have sunscreen?" Ellie shouted over the roar of the engine. "I forgot mine, and my skin cancer risk is already through the roof this month." Gumbo squinted at the horizon, where the golden years was growing larger with each passing moment. "I have a feeling we're going to need more than sunscreen where we're heading." "Good thing I brought my tactical Bengay," Maude declared, patting her fanny pack. "Works on joint pain, and as a temporary blinding agent if you aim for the eyes." The water churned beneath them as the ED raced toward what was promising to be either the most heroic senior citizen rescue in Florida history or the world's most bizarre nautical disaster. Knowing Cedar Key, it would probably be both. Chapter 29. You're telling me that a 78-year-old woman with a titanium hip and an oxygen tank outran 3 armed security guards, hijacked a golf cart parade float, and disappeared into the Everglades? Gumbo asked, his voice rising an octave with each detail. "Don't forget the part where she was waving a flamingo lawn ornament like a medieval battle axe," Ellie added, sipping her coffee with the calm demeanor of someone who'd seen it all in Florida and was no longer capable of genuine surprise. They stood at the edge of Sunshine Paradise Estates, where the monthly golf cart extravaganza had devolved into the kind of chaos usually reserved for Black Friday sales at discount hearing aid stores. Overturned golf carts decorated with everything from patriotic bunting to plastic palm trees littered the main drag like casualties in a geriatric demolition derby. Maude Tippleton, now fully embracing her role as Gumbo's most demanding client, adjusted her bedazzled fanny pack with the kind of determination usually seen in military generals planning beach invasions. "Bernice isn't running from the law," she declared, her rhinestone reading glasses flashing dangerously in the afternoon sun. "She's running toward justice." She pronounced justice with enough dramatic emphasis to warrant its own Broadway musical. Chip Casati's illicit empire was crumbling faster than off-brand denture adhesive in hot soup. His scheme, targeting wealthy widows through a complex web of retirement communities, dating apps, and suspiciously convenient accidents, had been meticulously documented by Dottie Henderson before her untimely demise. The evidence on the flash drive had been damning enough to warrant actual police interest, even from Cedar Key's notoriously apathetic department. What nobody had anticipated was Bernice, the grenade Goldstein, taking matters into her own heavily jeweled hands. "She called me right before the incident," Maude said, scrolling through her phone, which featured a case adorned with so many crystals it could signal passing satellites. "Said she found out where Chip was keeping the money." "And that location would be?" Gumbo prompted, already dreading the answer. "Underwater," Maude replied, as if this were the most logical place in the world to stash ill-gotten gains. Ellie and Gumbo exchanged the kind of look that suggested they were reconsidering their career choices. "Underwater," Gumbo repeated flatly. "Like in a swimming pool?" "The Manatee Rehabilitation Sanctuary," Maude clarified, adjusting her hot grandma t-shirt with the dignity of a queen rearranging her robes. "Apparently, Chip's brother runs it. Bernice thinks they've been hiding the money in waterproof containers attached to the rescue manatees." A silent moment passed as this information settled over the group like a dense fog of absurdity. "Of course they are," Ellie finally said. "Because why use offshore accounts when you can use offshore mammals?" The Cedar Key Manatee Rehabilitation Center's sign promised a safe haven for sea cows in cheerful blue lettering. Its gift shop sold plush manatees wearing tiny t-shirts with slogans like "Let's Just Chill" and "Sea Cow, the original slow food movement." As they pulled into the parking lot, a golf cart with what appeared to be half a plastic flamingo still attached to its hood sped past them, driven by a security guard whose expression suggested he'd seen things no training manual had prepared him for. Inside the visitor center, chaos reigned. A tour group of elementary school children stood wide-eyed as three elderly women in matching Hot Flashes t-shirts commandeered the manatee feeding station, using the long-handled feeding poles to fish something out of the water that definitely wasn't lettuce. "Bernice," Maude called, waving frantically. "We've got backup." Bernice Goldstein, 5'0" of compressed fury in a sequin tracksuit, looked up from her position at the edge of the manatee pool. "They're trying to move the evidence," she bellowed, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd once chaired 7 different condo association committees simultaneously. Chip's brother Lance, a somehow even tanner, even whiter-toothed version of Chip, was attempting to herd a particularly large manatee toward an exit pool. The manatee, showing more awareness than most Florida voters, was having none of it. "That's Bessie," Bernice shouted, pointing dramatically with a feeding pole. "She's carrying at least 30 grand in bearer bonds in that waterproof pack." As if understanding her role in this absurd financial drama, Bessie the manatee rolled lazily, revealing what appeared to be a sleek black waterproof container attached to her side with a special harness. Gumbo had seen some creative money laundering in his day, but manatee mules was definitely a new one. "Nobody move," Lance commanded, his voice carrying the same infomercial charisma as his brother's. These are medical monitoring devices. For science. The only science you know is how to measure denture cream, you discount Ken doll." Bernice fired back, swinging her feeding pole like a medieval jouster. The elementary school tour group was now taking photos, their teacher having apparently decided this was an educational opportunity about Florida wildlife conservation and creative criminal enterprises. Ellie, ever the professional, had already slipped around the edge of the pool and was now positioned behind Lance, her phone documenting everything. "Is Manatee Money Mule hyphenated when I write the report?" she called to Gumbo, asking for journalistic integrity. The standoff might have continued indefinitely, if not for the timely arrival of Old Scarback, who chose that precise moment to surface in the manatee pool, a 14-foot prehistoric reminder that in Florida, nature always gets the last word. Lance's scream reached a pitch that shattered his carefully cultivated image of masculine confidence. "Alligator!" he shrieked, backpedaling so quickly he tripped over a "Please don't feed the manatees" sign and tumbled into a display of commemorative snow globes. The Hot Flashes, undeterred by the arrival of apex predator, seized the moment. Gladys expertly used her feeding pole to snag Bessie's waterproof pack, while Lorraine kept Lance pinned under a life-sized manatee educational poster. Old Scarback, seemingly satisfied with the chaos he'd created, slipped back beneath the water's surface with what looked suspiciously like a manatee-sized smirk. "I told you," Bernice declared triumphantly, waving the waterproof pack over her head like the Olympic torch. "Senior citizens aren't just marks for con men, we're the ultimate sleeper agents." As police sirens wailed in the distance, Gumbo couldn't help but smile. Cedar Key had seen its share of bizarre crimes, but manatee-assisted grand larceny was definitely going in his memoirs. "You know," Ellie said, watching the Hot Flashes perform what could only be described as a victory dance beside the manatee pool, "retirement in Florida isn't at all what I expected." "Welcome to paradise," Gumbo replied, as a plastic flamingo head bobbed past in the pool. Where the early bird special is just the appetizer for the main course of chaos. Chapter 30. Did you seriously hide the evidence inside a jumbo-sized tube of preparation H? Ellie's face contorted into the expression of someone who just found a scorpion in their margarita. That's innovative. Innovation is just desperation with better PR, Gumbo replied, carefully extracting a microchip from the hollowed-out hemorrhoid cream tube. Besides, it's the last place Chip's goons would look. You can't pay people enough to go digging through an old man's bathroom cabinet. The sun was setting over Cedar Key, painting the Gulf waters in shades of orange and pink that would make a flamingo lawn ornament jealous. From Gumbo's houseboat, they could see the Rusty Pelican's neon sign flickering to life, a beacon for happy hour enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists alike. Ellie spread the printouts across Gumbo's kitchen table, a repurposed surfboard balanced on 2 filing cabinets. So Chip Casati isn't even his real name. It's Chester Chumley, former pharmaceutical sales representative who got fired after selling expired diabetes medication to nursing homes in Sarasota. The perfect training ground for a senior targeting predator. Gumbo nodded, applying a fresh Band-Aid to the cut he'd received while escaping from the bingo hall incident. He learned which medications could be manipulated, which symptoms could be mimicked, and most importantly, which deaths would look like natural causes. Ellie finished, tapping a photo of Chip posing with the Sunshine Paradise shuffleboard champions, his smile blindingly white against his artificial tan. But I still don't understand why Maude wasn't a target. She fits the profile. Gumbo popped open a can of Mahi Pale Ale from the local microbrewery. Because Maude Tippleton is actually Mildred Thornberry, former CIA counterintelligence officer who specialized in honey trap operations during the Cold War. What? Ellie nearly choked on her key lime martini. You think those rhinestone reading glasses are just for show? They've got more surveillance technology than a military drone. Gumbo tapped his own glasses knowingly. Maude wasn't Chip's target. She was targeting him. Outside, a golf cart backfired, causing a flock of pelicans to scatter from the dock. One of them wore what appeared to be a tiny camera strapped to its beak, another of Maude's unorthodox surveillance techniques. The dating app was just phase 1, Gumbo continued, pinning surveillance photos to his conspiracy wall, which had grown so elaborate it now required its own zip code. Chip would identify wealthy single seniors, charm them into changing their wills, then stage accidents before moving on to the next community. But what we didn't realize was the scale. Ellie's phone buzzed with an alert. Governor's office just received the evidence package. State police are mobilizing. Too late, Gumbo said, checking his watch, a vintage Casio that had survived 3 hurricanes and 1 particularly aggressive manatee. The Silver Foxes and Vixens annual gala starts in 30 minutes at the Cedar Key Community Center. Every wealthy single senior from 3 counties will be there, and Chip's planning something big. Through the window, they could see the community center glowing like a beacon, its parking lot filled with golf carts decorated with fairy lights and what appeared to be weaponized lawn ornaments. I don't understand, Ellie said, sliding her taser into a sequined evening purse. How is he planning to take out that many targets at once? Gumbo held up a small vial labeled prune juice enhancer that he'd found in Chip's secret warehouse. This, added to the punch bowl, it causes symptoms identical to natural heart failure in anyone over 65. The perfect mass casualty event, disguised as unfortunate timing. That's diabolical, Ellie whispered. Welcome to Florida, Gumbo replied, strapping on his shoulder holster, where even the most outlandish crime somehow makes perfect sense if you squint hard enough. As they prepared to leave, Rusty, the maintenance man who'd been feeding them inside information, appeared at the door, his face ashen. You better hurry. Chip's got a new partner. Someone on the inside who's been helping identify targets. Who? Gumbo demanded. The bingo caller, Rusty said grimly. Turns out, she's been using the numbers to encode messages about which seniors are worth targeting. B12 isn't just a bingo call. It's shorthand for bank account over $1.2 million. Ellie checked her weapon. How did you figure that out? I didn't, Rusty admitted. The hot flashes did. Turns out that synchronized swimming group is actually a vigilante organization of former female intelligence officers who retired to Florida but couldn't quite leave the game. Gumbo nodded appreciatively. Makes sense. Nobody suspects the ladies doing water aerobics in sequin swim caps. As they headed out, Gumbo noticed a message scrawled in what appeared to be preparation H on his bathroom mirror. The buffet is the key. Well, Gumbo said, adjusting his bow tie, which concealed a miniature camera Maude had provided, looks like we're crashing a party. A fleet of golf carts driven by the hot flashes roared past, led by Gladys wielding what appeared to be a modified shuffleboard stick that could double as a harpoon gun. Florida, Ellie sighed, climbing into their getaway vehicle, a custom airboat painted to look like an oversized flamingo. Where retirement isn't the end of the story. It's just the beginning of a much weirder one. In the distance, the community center's lights flickered ominously, and the sound of Glenn Miller's orchestra floated across the water. Somewhere in that sea of orthopedic shoes and competitive dance moves, a killer waited. And Gumbo Malone was about to serve justice with a side of key lime pie. Chapter 31. The sunset over Cedar Key blazed with colors that made the local wildlife reconsider their life choices. Flamingos contemplated career changes. Pelicans questioned their fashion sense. And old Scarback, the legendary alligator, simply floated in his drainage ditch like a leathery pool toy with existential issues. Incoming! The warning shriek came from Maude Tippleton, who was currently piloting a souped-up golf cart down A1A at speeds that would make NASA engineers nervous. Her hot grandma t-shirt had been upgraded with tactical sequins, and she wielded what appeared to be a pool noodle modified with duct tape and prune juice canisters. Behind her, in formation that would make synchronized swimmers jealous, came the hot flashes, 6 senior citizens whose combined age exceeded the national debt, but whose determination could fuel small countries. Lorraine's copper hair whipped in the wind like a meteorological event. Gladys's tennis bracelet caught the light, temporarily blinding 3 seagulls and a confused tourist from Nebraska. Left flank. Left flank, screamed Herman Schlitz from the passenger seat of Gumbo Malone's convertible, his hearing aid picking up police frequencies and a suspicious amount of Barry Manilow. Herbert the parrot circled overhead, his wings casting dramatic shadows as he repeatedly squawked, "Busted! Busted!" Chip Casati, formerly known as Retirement King 68 and soon-to-be Florida Department of Corrections inmate number 457,891, was making his desperate escape in a golf cart with Pelican Palm's social director hastily crossed out and replaced with definitely not fleeing justice. Ellie Rodriguez, in full Zumba instructor regalia, had positioned herself at the Cedar Key Bridge with a makeshift roadblock consisting of 3 bingo tables, 17 lawn flamingos, and what appeared to be Jimmy Buffett's cardboard cutout dressed as a traffic cop. "You picked the wrong early bird special, dude," Gumbo muttered, gunning the engine of his convertible. The car, which had seen better decades, protested with a sound like a walrus having an argument with a saxophone. The entire retired population of 3 separate communities had mobilized with the efficiency usually reserved for discount buffet openings. Golf carts formed a phalanx. Walkers transformed into surprisingly effective roadblocks. One particularly determined resident had repurposed her collection of ceramic lighthouse figurines into caltrops. "We've got him," crackled the walkie-talkie. Rusty's voice, usually as dry as month-old cornbread, now held the excitement of a man watching justice unfold with a front-row seat and complimentary popcorn. Chip's golf cart hit a speed bump at precisely 32.7 miles per hour, sending him airborne in what locals would later describe as the most majestic senior flight since Martha tried parasailing after hip replacement. The briefcase handcuffed to his wrist burst open, showering the street with documents that would become Exhibit A in what the Florida State Attorney's Office would call the most Florida crime in the history of Florida crimes. As Chip's body achieved temporary flight, time seemed to slow down. Gumbo could see the man's expressions cycling through panic, disbelief, and the dawning realization that his tan was about to be significantly altered by prison lighting. The landing was less graceful than his takeoff. Chip Casati, professional widower charmer and serial inheritance thief, face planted into a puddle that had formed beneath the Welcome to Cedar Key sign, directly under the words "Where Paradise Gets Weird." "Fitting," observed Linda from the medical examiner's office, who had arrived with forensic equipment and a lawn chair. She'd learned long ago that Gumbo Malone cases required comfortable seating and snacks. The hot flashes descended upon Chip like senior vengeance personified. Compression socks had never looked so terrifying. "Got something you want to tell us about those accidental deaths?" Gladys inquired, her bedazzled tank top glittering menacingly in the sunset. "Or perhaps about the convenient medication switches," added Lorraine, adjusting her sunglasses to achieve maximum intimidation. "Or maybe," Maude Tippleton said, her voice dropping to a terrifying whisper, "you'd like to explain why you assumed a group of women who lived through disco, 8 financial recessions, and the entirety of Florida's history wouldn't notice your little scheme." The police arrived, eventually, to find Chip Casati not only apprehended, but thoroughly lectured about his investment strategy, fashion choices, and disappointing romantic technique by women whose combined life experience could fill several encyclopedias. "The flash drive," Gumbo explained to Detective Johnson, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, "contains Chip's entire system. The genealogy database, tracking potential victims. The medication schedules. The altered prescriptions. The inheritance estimates. And the cat scam," Herman added, waving dramatically at Herbert, who chose that moment to deposit a distinctly avian opinion on Chip's designer golf shirt. "Cat scam?" Detective Johnson asked, his notepad already filled with more Florida chaos than any reasonable report could contain. "Ceramic cats," Gumbo clarified, "each containing a microphone. He was recording his victims' conversations, learning their banking information, passwords, where they kept their wills." "Diabolical," muttered a police officer, who was carefully avoiding eye contact with Gladys, who happened to be his aunt and had repeatedly threatened to show his baby photos to the entire department. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting Cedar Key in the gentle glow of justice served with a side of senior sass, Gumbo watched the hot flashes perform an impromptu victory dance that combined elements of the electric slide, Tai Chi, and what appeared to be interpretive dance inspired by their collective triumph over both crime and actuarial tables. Old Scarback resurfaced in his drainage ditch, ancient eyes watching the proceedings with reptilian approval. He'd seen many strange things in his centuries patrolling Cedar Key's waters, but even he had to admit this ranked in the top 5. Maude sidled up to Gumbo, her sequins catching the last rays of sunlight. "Not bad for a conspiracy theory grandma, huh?" Gumbo grinned. "I've learned never to underestimate anyone wearing leopard print yoga pants and tactical bedazzling." At the Rusty Pelican, Jimbo was already preparing a special key lime pie to commemorate what locals would forever refer to as the Great Geriatric Takedown of 2023. The pelican-shaped salt shaker seemed to have an extra sparkle in its ceramic eye. And as night fell on Cedar Key, The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves, the distant rumble of golf carts returning to their respective communities, and Herbert the parrot, who continued to circle the police station squawking, "Case closed. Case closed," until someone bribed him with crackers. Just another day in paradise. Florida style. Can I send you a wacky Florida mystery for free? Get Riptide retired today.